Hello, good evening, and welcome to Tangent Tuesday, where I am still working on Citizen Sleeper. I feel like I might be near the end of the game, but it's really hard to tell because, well, I probably could finish the game anytime, maybe, but there's this whole refugee thing that was added later that I now have, so I don't know how long it's going to be. I don't know how much is left in the game. I've had the opportunity to end things multiple times now, but I just was like, no, wait, there's still that thing. I want to know what's going on with it. So, yeah, it's been something. But I'm probably going on and on. It has been quite some time since I could stream Citizen Sleeper. There seems to have been some sort of curse on the whole darn thing. I don't know why, but what do you mean upgrades available? I have 1 point. Is there even any place I can still put 1 point? Maybe in one of these? I don't think it matters. But yes, I need to... Nope, that is the empty container. I don't want to rest there. Because at my repaired unit, the stray must be fed. It's part of my responsibilities. If you buy crackers, the stray crunches up the crackers as you watch. Sometimes they'll let you stroke them, sometimes not. Okay, so... I've got an extra ship mine. Okay, I've got 2 ship mine fragments. Spores, club heads, scrap. Quite a bit of stabilizer, thank goodness. Alright, I'm just working on remembering what all I'm in possession of. And what all they do. I will use a piece of scrap. And that will guarantee that I have full dice when I come back from sleep. So we'll just sleep. And... why is this taking so long? Okay, there we go. Those are some pretty medium dice. Okay. Let's go across. Okay, my mushrooms are harvestable. I don't have enough spores to replant the mushrooms right now. I'm remembering. Okay, yes, the whole thing out here. Peak wants to have words. Ember Hearth. Yeah, we were helping them. We can give them Matsutake, which I don't currently have. Or we can give them seed support. We'll talk to Peak in just a bit. Okay, the dust houses. Okay, so they have dust house shielding or step silk care. I lean towards the dust house shielding because engineer tasks, if I'm remembering correctly, have a chance of giving me scrap, and scrap keeps me alive. So... and over here, we can give them spores. We already gave them a ship mind. Supply the ship mind, but in a way it seemed to only make the crew more suspicious of you. Great, great. So they need spores. So I could go and gather some. That would be pretty easy, actually. But first of all, let's find out what Peak the Cautious Spacer has to say. Have you ever heard of can channels, Sleeper? Peak asks as soon as you enter the bay, as if you were in the middle of a conversation. There are heavy circles under their eyes, and you aren't sure if they've moved since you last visited. The console they are working at seems to have grown too, shadowing their slight frame in a wealth of screens and wires. Can, you mean for transit? Sounds familiar. Or no? Sounds familiar. I'm sure they do. Peak turns to face you. Kiomani's active negation, the name of the effect used to transport trillions of tons of materials from the surrogate systems to the core. You might have heard of it in your physics classes. If I could remember my physics classes, there's the whole thing about being a sleeper that you may have forgotten, Peak. At XPR, they hammer the principles into us as kids. KAN. Peak recites the definition as if in the classroom. A process of collapsing spatial causality along the Euclidean distance between 2 points by negating mass simultaneously at both ends of a geodesic curve. That's a whole lot of words. That's enough words to make a salad. Doesn't actually mean anything to me. Essentially, can channels allow for the near instantaneous transport of raw materials between systems. They require huge volumes of energy, of course, and decades of construction, but once a can channel is established, it opens up a system for infinite exploitation. The backbone of surrogacy is what XPR called them. Peak shakes their head. They might not be able to send anything more complex than a rock through them. Complex machines and people are, shall we say, reconfigured by the process, but for raw, molecularly pure materials? Peak flicks a hand. Whoosh! Where's this going? Or this is your research? This is your research? Peak pauses. What I was trying to find out was whether the Hellion system, this system, ever had a can channel. Can channels are vastly expensive to build, to run. Not every surrogate system has one. Many use fraction drive ships to transport their materials to the nearest hub. But Solheim... Peak smiles. Solheim spared no expense when they established this system. There's a can channel? Or no way? So there's a channel? Yep. Peak's eyes light up. They shut it down before the collapse. They couldn't run the sender-receiver station anymore, but it was there. It still is, as far as I can tell, closely orbiting our star. Huh. In fact, Peak grins, they've been building to this. I'm sure it's still there, because one of the issues with can channels are the massive waves of exotic energy they can produce when cycling up. Ooh. The flux, or that's it? The flux. Exactly. Peak's face suddenly drops. Someone is starting up the channel. Why or who? Okay, we can guess why. Let's go with who. Peak sucks in a breath. That, I don't know. They start counting off information on their fingers. They'd need a lot of resources to do it, and they'd need to have people from the core systems. But there's no real large-scale extraction in the Hellion system anymore, so why would you go to the trouble? Just to trigger the flux? Or maybe it's Solheim. Just to trigger the flux? Peak rubs their red eyes. The flux, the wave the can effects produces, is a side effect, a problematic one, but it isn't a destructive force. If it was, the core systems would have never been able to use it. So then why are colonies collapsing because of it? Why is it chewing through systems, the kind of industrial systems set up to function within the range of a once active can channel? Peak is getting frustrated. The moons of Ember have been terraforming since before the collapse. They would have had to deal with the flux. Yet everything we have heard from the refugees says it brought down every system they had. Maybe somebody's modifying the thing? Peak falls quiet, thinking it all through. Your mind drifts too, thinking of the CAN channels, those vast causal highways that prop up the core systems and their endless appetite for resources. The system has been quiet for decades. Solheim collapsed, most corporations gave up their claims, and apart from the Celis ships that came to begin work on the sidereal horizon, no one from the core has come here in all that time. I am gonna turn down the game audio just a bit because the music kicking in is much louder than expected. Let's just get down there. Okay, now you're under me. Get under me. Okay. You shiver as you imagine the attention of the core, the systems of logic and exploitation that created you, created your suffering, turning towards the Hellion system. A floodlight turned to this dark corner. Oh yeah, I definitely don't want that. A shrill beep catches both of your attention, and Peak rushes to a screen, one showing a crude map of the station. On it, individual markers begin to flare up with insistent chirps. And there's a chirp in my background just at the right timing. Peak looks puzzled for a moment, and then their face drops. No, no, no. They lean in close. This doesn't make any sense. What's happening? Or bad news? What's happening? The fluxed nodes are appearing elsewhere on the station. Peak pulls at their hair. I set this system to alert me to other fluxed nodes near the epicenter of the flux event, but these are everywhere. The hub, the low end, the shipyard. How can this happen? The only reason we saw fluxed nodes here is because it's the most run-down part of the station. They were barely shielded, but others appearing so far after the event? Peak turns to you. You're going to need to get me the data from those nodes, and quickly. I'll keep looking at what I have here, but I need to know why they're popping up everywhere. Right now, or when I can? Right now? Question mark? Right now. Oh, I see. We can talk more about CAN channels and system history when you're back, but this needs our attention right now. Peak turns quickly back to the monitor, their eyes following scrolling screens of code spewing from the newly fluxed nodes. You leave quickly, but struggle to shake the image of the spotlight from your mind. You feel watched as you cross back into the Pilgrim Seed on your way to a shuttle bay. You hurry onward, eager to outrun the fear. Okay, so I need to pull some nodes. Are there any here? No, it looks like the gardener is still protecting this area quite strongly, so we don't have to worry about that. Across the divide! Okay, no, I don't want to cross to the Greenway. Alright, Peak said everywhere, including the hub, so it should be easy to spot in the hub. Yep, there's one right there. Look, it's blushing! This node is in 2 places at once. It's there each time you turn. Okay, it needs a 4, a 6, or a 5. I don't have a 4 or a 5. Ah, farewell, my 1-6. Come to Foxwine. Okay. I'm not going to be able to get more than 1 today, I think. I just don't have the right dice. But let's see if he takes the Why do I keep using key? Let's see if they take these one at a time. Nope, they need 3. Okay. Peak has tracked flux nodes in the low end, hub, and shipyard. They want the data extracted from all 3. Okay, got the hub. Low end and shipyard are going to have to wait until I have better dice. Speaking of... Mushroom groves. Hello. I need to collect some spores. %25 positive, 50% neutral, 25% negative chances. Here goes. Just 1 spore. That's all I need. Ooh, I got 2. You find a chamber thick with pale particles. You gather as many as you can, unsure what species or types might be in the mix. Doesn't matter. Got what I needed. Okay, so over here, supply some spores. As Peter said, the singers will only trust you if you act independently of Hearth. Fulfilling supply requests is a good start. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. There we go. The spores are being seeded, and while some may be suspicious of your efforts, crew by crew, you'll convince them. Oh, I will, because I'm a good person, darn it! As you cross the axis, looking for a shuttle to take you back to the ruined cordon, you spot Peter standing at the edge of the central hub. Something about the way he's leaning against the rail, looking down across the axis and towards the blinking lights of the flotilla beyond, makes you pause. He is completely still, his head drooping low and his shoulders hunched high. That sounds very uncomfortable. Leave him be, approach him. Approach. You lean on the railing a little way from Peter, leaving a gap between you. This close, you can see the blank stare in his eyes, the way his hands hang limply in front of him. He takes a minute to notice you. Sleeper, he inhales sharply, still hanging around? Are you okay, or trying to be useful? Trying to be useful, like you recommended. Peter smiles a tight smile, but doesn't turn to face you. That a sleeper thing? Needing to be useful? I guess so. Not really. It's a me thing. No, the last one is the correct one. That's a me thing. I am a person, darn it. It's a me thing. It would make sense. Peter closed his eyes. Tools need to be used. Oh, fuck you. What's with you? Shut up. Stay silent. Can we project a hurt silence? Is that a thing that I am capable of? When you refuse to take the bait, he turns away, looking out across the docking axis once more. He loosens his jaw, the tension leaking out of him like radiation. Ooh, that was a good answer. Okay. You wait. After a while, he speaks. I'm tired, Sleeper. Tired of everything. Yeah, that's a common malaise. I'm tired of the empty paternalism of Hearth. I'm tired of the paranoid whining of the crews. I'm tired of endless cycles that look the same, smell the same, feel the same. I'm tired of running, of hiding, of fixing every shitty thing that breaks out here. His shout echoes a little in the hub, but few stop to look. He looks down at his feet. I get it. Everyone is tired. Or don't take it out on me. You know what? I get it, because I have been running myself ragged fixing everybody else's problems. And just putting mine in a holding pattern. I get it. Peter nods. I'm sorry, Sleeper. He sighs. Something is... I don't feel okay. Just tired, I think. Really tired. He stands. I'm going to go. He looks at you and sniffs. Get some sleep. Good. Sleep well. Stay silent. Sleep well. Pitter nods slowly, turning away. He raises a hand and drifts away towards the center of the hub. You turn back to the railing, not wanting to watch him go. Seeing him like this, you prefer not to stare. The traffic of the axis rumbles on as you watch, under an endlessly shining sun. The same air recycled through all these lungs, the same dust gathering speck by speck on the windows. You take a sharp breath, stand straight, and get moving, before the inertia of it all gets to you too. Okay, so what has this done here? Oh, okay. I have unlocked being able to assist them. Let's see. So all of this leads to access assistance. The more work you do for the singers, the more you get to know the crews, the more they will trust you. That is a logical series of events. Okay, let's see here. Access job board. That is an engineer. Nice. The Axis houses an overflowing job board of engineering tasks requested by the crews. You can help out here. Or crew socializing, which is an engage action. The Axis is as much a social hub as it is a supply hub. Keeping good relations with the crews will help them trust your work. Okay. That would cost me money, but it gets the assistance. This one gets me more assistance, but could cost energy. Alright. 1 and 2 twos, huh? Not a lot I can do with this. Yeah, the best I can get is a 4. And I'm a little concerned about the energy cost on a failure on that one. Well, let's use one of the 2s for the seed support, because that one has hearth survival no matter what happens. You focus on, positive, nice. Focus on the most important tasks first. Ship repair, supply chains, organization, and quickly see the effects. Nice, nice, nice. We like that. We like that a lot. Okay. That's about as much as I can help the flotilla today with what I've got. We can go to the commune and do the work assignment here, and hopefully they'll feed me. So we'll turn that into a 4. Nice. You're assigned work in the canteen, feeding others. The work is hard, but you enjoy sharing the effort with the other members. Okay. Back across. And I can use the 1 for hacking. Not for hacking this, though. That's for sure. What was the 1? Yeah, the 1's good for the Yadigan agents. Alright, so we will hack the Yadigan agent whose implants are chirping out comm signals. Get some extra money, nice. Extract. Nice, nice, perfect. Let's see. I already used up my scrap allowance with these guys. Okay, and we will sell these guys the Yadigan data. The acquisitions officer eyes you suspiciously as you download the data to her terminal. This is more than she was expecting. Have some more. Yeah. Okay. I think I will save my last piece of scrap at the moment. Remember to feed the stray some crackers. Good kitty. Okay. We will sleep. We will hope that we don't lose a die. I lost a die. I think I can use that 5 though. Yeah, a 5 perfectly matches the flux nodes. This node beats like a heart. The effect is unsettling. Okay, please to be taking this 5. Nice, thank you. Okay. Go across. We're going to try this dust house shielding because I can turn this 3 into a 5, which gives me 50-50 on positive neutral, so hopefully I won't end up starving to death. And maybe, if I'm lucky, I'll get some scrap. Eki has devised upgrades that will protect the dust houses from both flux and their slow decay. She needs you to implement them. Alright, here goes. Neutral. Okay, we got 1 slot of preservation. The dust houses are huge and the adjustments precise. You make progress on the external shields, but it's tiring work. Alas, I did not get any scrap. That is unfortunate. It's gonna be slow going if I don't get more scrap. But I don't dare try to gather scrap with just a 1. Okay, we'll go to the commune. Do some work. They feed me. I assigned work in the canteen again. Okay, there's 1 more of the weird nodes. Bypass the security on this agent. Extract their data. Oh, progress is slow. Progress is very slow. Sell the data that I just got. I wish there was some place I could just buy scrap outright that wasn't just the ships. Yeah, Yeah, none of this is very, very useful. All I want is some scrap. Is that so much to ask? Okay, feed the stray. Use my last piece of scrap. Oh my goodness, that dog is... Oh, that is a very upset dog. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, this is much better than previous. Alright. The node wants a 6, a 5, or a 4. Okay, fine. So be it. Take my only 5. Okay. Back across. I am going to have to use a 3 to try and get some scrap, and this is very dangerous. Okay, 25% positive, 50% neutral, 25% negative. Oh boy, I need scrap so bad. Neutral! Oh, yeah. You find a tired old cleaning bot still ticking over deep in the rim. You chase it down and break it open to get at the components. Oh, 1 piece of scrap, but I am starving now. Okay, thankfully, I have amassed a nice pile of money, so we can go to Emphasis Stall and buy some spicy fungus. Your mouth stings as your sensorium sends warning signals over and over. This is the good stuff. Yep. Thank you. My major complaint is these areas that I have to always transport between. I feel like once I've unlocked them, I should just be able to, like, skim. Okay. Time to deliver some data. Peak loads the data into their decoding setup. I'll be just a moment. Don't leave, Sleeper. You watch as Peak works on the flux data, the nodes unfolding like flowers now, giving in to Peak's increasingly sophisticated decoding protocols. Seeing data like this, as an image on a screen, is an almost unrecognizable representation to you. It's nothing like swimming among nodes and threads. Despite this, Peak has proven themselves to be more than able to handle these complex data structures, even through this limited representational paradigm. The bay door hisses, interrupting your flow of thoughts. You turn to see Esha entering. Esha! Rough day. Stay silent. I don't know what to say to you, to be honest, so let's just not. Esha stalks into the bay, head down. She looks tired and not in a mood to talk. How's the weapon hunt? Peak asks, without turning from their screen. Slow. Unsuccessful. Tedious. Esha slams a bag down on a crate and hops up to sit on it. You still unpicking balls of yarn? With the Sleeper's help. Peak smiles. Oh, excuse me. Where did that come from? They brought me... Oh, goodness, these sneezes. Why? They brought me some good stuff this cycle. Maybe they could help you find the weapons you were smuggling? It's clear that Esha doesn't appreciate Peek's tone. Or phrasing, probably. Still looking? Stay silent. You know what? This is not my horse. You two, have it out. Peek holds up a hand. Shh! They lean in towards the screen. Son of a... What? Oh no. What? What? They hit it in the wake of the wave. Peek is whispering to themselves. It's alive. They lean back in their chair. Esha crosses over to look at the screen. Alive? Well, it's growing. It's processing. It's quietly working away in the dark. Look. You cross over to the screen and stand beside Esha. In it, you can see that Peek has all 4 nodes decoded, and the pattern of shadows from inside them sit on the screen like dark stains. Then you notice it, the movement, the thin threads cross from one stain to another. As you watch, you notice the movement only ever happens in your peripheral vision, as if this thing, this shadow, knows it is being watched. This is how the other fluxed nodes appeared. Peek rubs their eyes. They weren't fluxed by the wave, they were corrupted after the fact. This thing, this shadow that entered in the wake of the wave, it corrupted them, but it made the corruption look like the result of the flux. It's a sleight of hand. Peek runs a hand through their hair. The flux wave is so massive, so complex, that it opens up the systems to be attacked. As it reconfigures exposed systems, this shadow is broadcast in, implanted inside. The wave from the can channel, it is a brute force way of hitting every system in Hellion. Once the systems are vulnerable, Peek looks pale, their eyes reflect the screens. The flux isn't what is attacking the systems. It is the siege weapon, a Trojan horse. Then this thing takes over. Peek sits back in the chair. And it's already on the eye. Wait. Esha rubs her forehead. You're telling me there's a can channel in this system? Shit, Peek isn't listening. This is bad. We have to take this to someone. Peek looks desperately at you. Helene? Sol. Oh boy, let's see. I would love to take it to Sol because he's one of the few people who have been nice to me without having a reason to. But I don't think he can do anything about this. I think we need to take it to Helene. Helene. Is that wise? Esha cuts in. Havenage hasn't exactly made good decisions lately. It's their station, girl. They're the station administrators, Esha. Peek is desperate. They need to know. The argument rages between them, and as you watch them shouting, you feel sick. After a while, they stop, running out of things to say. An unsettling silence descends on the bay. I need more time, Peek says quietly. I need to look at solutions, try to build a case, collate the evidence. We mess this up. They look down at their hands. Esha goes to speak, and then thinks better of it. Not a word, Sleeper. Peek meets your eye. Don't tell anyone until they are ready. They sigh. With the tension among the refugees, Sol won't be ready to hear this, and Helene and Havenage are still mired in some kind of crisis. We tell Havenage they are likely to react badly, and if we tell Sol, I doubt he'll take it well either. If you can calm the situation in the flotilla, then we can choose. You are too twisted up in this, Peek, Esha says quietly. This is not our place. We don't owe... Stop, Esha. Peek slumps in their chair. Stop. You leave them like that, exhausted and troubled, and head back out into the Pilgrim Seed. When you close your eyes, you think of those shadows, that movement at the edge of your vision, something dark growing in the station like a parasite. You feel sick, your vision blurs. What comes next? You stop in a corridor and take a breath, running a hand on a rumbling metal wall. For now, the eye keeps spinning. For now. Okay, here's the thing. Esha is all, we don't owe them anything. We don't have to tell them anything. They don't need to know. And it's just like, It's the station. If the station goes down, what's going to happen? Why do you feel a connection to these refugees who are refugees because of this problem? And yet you're like, nah, we don't have to tell the station about this thing that's eating their systems. What do we owe them? Besides what you stole from them for the flotilla. I don't like Esha. I want to, but I can't. Her whole thing is she means well, and she's doing the stupidest possible things out of well-meaning. All right, we're gonna try again. Here goes, 50-50. Positive, yes. You work inside a dust house, layering the internal walls with careful plating. The rattle of the dust becomes a comforting backdrop. And I got a piece of scrap from that. Yes! Okay, shall we try to use the 3 out here? There is another engineer task. The Axis job board. 50-50 on positive and neutral. Here goes. Okay, neutral outcome. You take on a patch job that has been on the board for ages and clear it quickly. The crew very pleased. Wow, 1 whole pip of progress. That is all of my dice for the day. The question is, do I take one of my serums today? And that's start from full, or do I use the scrap that I just managed to get my hands on? Well, let's make sure to feed the stray. Now, I have 5 stabilizers, so I could do this. It would be very luxurious to do so when I'm only at flickering. But I do so like having a full hand of dice. Let's use one. Let's use one. Stabilizer. Stabilize me, baby. Feel the stabilizer fizzing inside you, your artificial muscles cramping in sequence. All right. Oh, those are some nice dice. I can use those. I'm going to eat first today. Let's order some fungus from Memphis. Thank you. The spicy fungus is really good. Okay, to the flotilla. I need a good place to use this 6, actually. I think I'm gonna harvest mushrooms with my 6. Because I want the rare ones. I need rare mushrooms. Give me some rare mushrooms. Okay, to Matsutake. I was hoping for some. I was hoping for some club head, but okay. Thank you. Okay. Over here. Let's do another job on the Axis job board because that gets the greatest progress and I'm the furthest behind with these guys. Alright. You take a handful of jobs and work through them, sharing tips and chatting with the crews. You can feel them warming to you. Okay, slow progress, but at least it's progress. And spend one on the dust hell shielding as well. Nice, nice. Now, what to do with these 5s? Possibly, like, I could probably complete Hearth, which would leave me like one less place that I have to help. Yeah, let's finish the seed support. There we go. Focus on the most important tasks first. Hey, Saul. Saul finds you deep in the layers of the Pilgrim Seed, working on a patch for a life support vent. You hear him coming, his suit hissing as he does. I had to ask around to find you, he smiles. Seems you know the place better than me these days. I am everywhere. I am everything. I am the best patch tool you've got. Doubt it, or I've put in the time. You know what? Let's flatter him. Doubt it. Saul nods. I was on the work crew that built this thing, so maybe you're right. He winks. Saul holds out a hand. Stand up and let me see you. He pulls you to your feet. I don't believe we ever had a sleeper on Ember's hearth. Saul looks you up and down. You sure do make me wish we had. Could have done with a few workers as good as you. Thank you, or stay silent. You know what? Thank you. Saul nods. You're welcome. Seems like I owe you some answers, seeing as you've been working hard on the Pilgrim Seed these past cycles. He leans against a crate, his suit creaking. What do you want to know about? The Flux, Ember's hearth, you. You know what? Tell me about Hearth. Sure, he smiles. I mean, I spent my whole life on that rock, so I have plenty to tell. I'll save my life story for another time, he winks, but the short of it is that Hearth is the first of Ember's moons, the biggest and the most populated, which is down to the successful terraforming system Cybele set up back when Solheim owned the system. How are relations with the other moons, or terraforming? Okay, we already covered the terraforming sort of stuff previously, so how are relations? Saul smiles. Depends who you've been talking to. You shouldn't mistake me for a politician, Sleeper. That's for others to do. He gives you a look. But Ember's Step was a test ground for the terraforming tech that Hearth is built on, while Ember's Song was the extraction site for the raw materials and energy needed to make it work. You can imagine that might lead to some tension. However, Sol holds up a hand, despite what people might say, Hearth was never fully stable. Sol shakes his head. Cybele liked to talk it up, but after they pulled out and Solheim left, our people discovered they'd have to keep the systems running themselves, or the place would soon end up as dry as steppe. Hearth was good as long as the evaporators kept running, kept filling our skies with clouds. Even after the collapse, our people kept those things going, turning that subsurface ocean into a periwinkle blue sky. Sol smiles. Flux ended that, though, and when they failed, the rains failed, and the harvest with it. Soul pauses. And soon you have a city without a way to feed itself. Soul shudders. That's when we, some of us, made the decision to set out on this place. He gestures at the pilgrim seed, and look for another future. Soul shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? There was something, or I'm good for now. There was something. Soul nods. What do you want to know about? The flux. Soul sighs. That's what I imagined. He scratches at his beard. I can't say I'm an expert, but I can tell you what we witnessed on Hearth. At first we ignored it. A few farms had their automation systems blink out. Lifter suits locked up. Bots reset their schedules. Nothing we hadn't seen before. But then the news came out of Passero that they'd been hit harder. The local network had gone down, and no one could get it back up. It was rough for a while, but out in the farmland we were used to that. Passero? Farmland? Passero? Capital of Hearth. Tens of thousands of souls made it their home. Soul grimaces. Anyway, we thought the flux was a freak event until the day they got the network running again. That's when the cascade happened. System after system corrupted, data lost, and then another flux hit, and another. The bots were running circles in the fields. People had to be cut out of lifter suits like mine. And the city, I never saw it, but I heard from the others. Soul shivers. It only got worse from there. We couldn't seem to fight it. It cut us right open. That's what I know about the flux. Some folks say it came from the inner system, that it might be connected to some old tech there or something, but I never heard anything more than rumors. Soul scratches their beard. Sorry I don't have better news. Soul shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? Well, there was one more thing I could ask about. What do you want to know? About you. Soul squints at you. You want to know about me? I'm not sure that was part of the deal I was thinking of, Sleeper. Unless you are asking about this. He raps on the metal of his suit. In case you haven't guessed, this is the only thing keeping me vertical. He adjusts the shoulder piece. It's a lifter suit, made for working the fields. We had to modify it so I could walk around after the accident. And that's all I'm saying, Sleeper, because, to be honest with you, I don't owe you more than that. You want to know about the flux, about Ember's Hearth, go ahead, but don't pry into my life, and I won't pry into yours. Soul lets the silence sit, staring hard at the floor. The suit seems to loom over him, looking more like a burden than a support. With the bars around his head, you suddenly start to think of it as a cage. Look, I don't mean to be rude. Let's leave it there. There's too many eyes on me on this ship as it is, and I'd rather just slip into the background. Thank you very much. Soul shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? Well, there wasn't anything else to ask, so I'm good for now. You sure? Soul smiles. I'm sure, or actually, I'm sure. Soul stands, flexing against the suit. He takes his cane in his hand. Keep it up, Sleeper. He smiles as he leaves. You're making me think I need to start making new plans for this place. With that, Soul leaves, and you wonder what he means. As he creaks away down the corridor, you can't help but feel there's more to him than it seems. Okay. Alright, so we took care of Hearth, which leaves nothing on this ship but tracking my progress with the other two. So I just need to get the Ember Song and the Ember Step to like me. They have to like me. I need to make them like me. Okay, let's try this Step Silk Care. So, improving the dust houses isn't the only way to sustain the Step Silk. With intuitive care, the plant can be made more resistant. This has a possibility of adding 3, which I should get with 100% positive. Nice. With remarkable intuition, you not only support the Step Silk, but harden it. Aki smiles when she sees the result. I made her smile! Yay! And that is massive progress. These guys are going to be the rough ones. There's nothing that will get me 3 points. Which is definitely a pity. Well, that's my dice for the day, so let's go and feed the stray. I can skip the scrap for today. We'll feed our stray kitty. A diet of crackers seems to sustain it real well. Okay. I can afford the 1 bar that this is going to cost me. I've definitely had better dice, but I can make this work. Guess I'm mostly going to be regenerating my money today. Okay. Okay, I can hit up the engineering task here, or the one here, with perfect results. I'm the furthest behind over here, so let's use this one. "100% positive, please." Yeah. Take a handful of jobs and work through them, sharing tips and chatting with the crews. You can feel them warming to you. Didn't get me any extra scrap, alas, but that's the way these things go sometimes. Okay, so that gets me almost halfway. Okay, let's do some more engineering over here. 50-50 between positive and neutral. It should be fine. Ooh, positive. Nice. That leaves only 2. Still didn't get any scrap from that, alas. Okay, I will use one of these ones to eat for free. Neutral! Working in the canteen again. And back across. Are you still here? It's still the same one, darn it. You could just leave so that another ship could come in with more scrap for me. You could do that. Okay, use the one here. Extract a couple of pieces of Yatkan data. And use the 2 here. And extract some Havenage data. And then sell the Yatkan data to Havenage. sell the Havenage data to Yatgan. Excellent. Okay. Feed the cat. And use a piece of scrap. And get some more dice. May they be better dice than yesterday. Oh! 3 6s? 3 for me? Spectacular. Okay, I'm gonna use one of these 6s for mushrooms. More Matsutake. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. That's not the worst thing, but I was really hoping for more Clubhead. How much did I need for the... Yeah, I just need one more to replace the serum that I used. Okay. We'll use 1 6 each on this ship and the other one. Unfortunately, that means that we'll just leave this ship, but eh. Okay, give me some scrap to replace what I used. Yes! Okay, excellent. Good progress and a piece of scrap that I can eat tonight. Alright, and then the other one... yeah, the other one over here. Maybe I'll get lucky. Well, no more extra scrap, but that definitely completed the preservation. And Aki wants to talk to me? You and Aki stand side by side at the viewing window in silence. The dust swirls, and you glimpse the twisted root systems of the steppe silk through the ochre haze. After all these cycles, you feel a strange connection to a world on which you have never set foot. Aki shifts from foot to foot. She seems restless, eager to speak, but unsure of what to say. The dust houses look good. Or we did it. The dust houses look good. Aki smiles at you warmly. They do. She pauses and turns back to the window. What is the value of all this? She asks suddenly, of preserving a world we have left behind. History, heritage, conservation. Heritage. Aki is silent for a moment. Our practices, our lives require the materials, the patterns that steppe provides. But if those practices remain unchanged while the universe around them shifts, aren't they already dead? She pauses. What is better, to preserve at all costs, or to allow things to be destroyed by change? Aki paces away, lost in thought. I'm grateful to you for helping protect the dust houses, for ensuring their slide into decay is delayed, even averted, but now I find myself at an impasse. The stability of the dust houses changes things. It makes me aware of how blinkered we have been. Aki stops to look at you, her posture somehow different. If the ecosystems of steppe, if its people cannot grow to meet the future, why preserve it? She frowns. Are we just slaves to the preservation of what came before? Not slaves, inheritors. You can change. I don't understand. I'm torn on the answers. The first one isn't the right one, I don't feel like. You're human. You can change. Aki comes close, holds your hands in hers. We must change. We must change to live. She smiles. I've seen that in you. The steppe, these people, this ship, should serve more than heritage, than history. They should serve the future. She takes a breath. There are those in the flotilla that need clothes, that need food, that can benefit from the gifts of the steppe's ecosystem. I want you to invite them. Can you do that for me? How? Or, of course. Oh, I'm the bridge over troubled waters, am I? Of course I can do that. I know that Sol sent you. She smiles. You can tell him Aki, captain of the wind's long shadow, invites all the people of the flotilla to come. Captain? I will. You know, I knew you were important. I didn't quite realize you were captain. You're so young. Oh, no. I will. She nods. Aki steps away. You want to know about the flux, no? About its purposes, its origins. She smiles. You wish to protect your home, as we could not. I'm afraid I don't have much to tell you. It's an exotic wave of sorts, an energy that passes through matter. It shifts the very charged particles which run through our electrical systems. It is possible to shield against it, as you would radiation, as we have done with the dust houses, but only while it is weak. The flux event here was much like the first ones we felt on Ember's steppe, localized, destructive, but bearable. But in time, its strength grew. I don't know if it will be the same here, but... She pauses. It is coming from the center of the system, from the close orbit of Helion's star, H1. That is all we could uncover. She is silent for a moment, unsure of what to add. I'm sorry I cannot offer more, but you are always welcome on this ship. She smiles. I hope I will see you when the others come. She squeezes both your hands. I hope this ship, these dust houses, can be more than a museum. I hope they can be a home. With this, she turns and leaves, and you feel that word, home, resonating within you like a struck bell. I will be sad to not be able to talk to her, or have the prospect of talking to her, for however long this takes. Okay, I have a 1 and a 2. I have an absolutely massive amount of matsutake. Cross. We'll use the 2 here and get some havenage. And some extra money. And the 1 here. And get some yat again. And we'll just repeat what I did yesterday. Okay, to Havenage, where we sell the Yadigan. Stop by the Bantayan and cook some matsutake. The matsutake require a softer touch. You've learned to thinly slice and lightly fry them to keep their flavor. Tala always comes to look when you cook matsutake. The smell draws her in. You eat the mushrooms together with a glass of higarol. And then we'll go over to the Tambour Tea House and proceed to sell some havenage data. I call that a day well done. We'll use some of the money that we just made to feed the stray. Give myself some scrap to preserve my stability. And have a sleep to get some more dice, because I desperately need dice. It's nice to not have a time limit. Okay. I am going to use the 4 to try and collect some spores on a 50-50 positive neutral. Okay, you find clumps of spores in a passage dripping with moisture. You gather them quickly, unable to identify their source. Okay. Feed the spores in here before I forget. I will need to gather more spores. Okay, engineering. I will use the 5 and the 4 here. Get some progress. Alright, positive outcome, of course. And even more positive outcome. Alright, one more day. That is not today. And once again, use the 1 and the 2 to do a little bit of hacking. There's some Yadigan data. And here is some Havenage data. Okay, they finally left. I did get a piece of scrap out of all this, so I'll be able to repair myself again tonight. Yatigan data for Havenage. I wish there was a way of speeding this up. Like, how many times have I done this? Why do I have to watch the bar every single time? Whoops, too far. And Havenage data. Which puts me right by my apartment. Crackers for the stay cat. It is a cat, not a parrot, but all I give it is crackers. A piece of scrap for my body. And a sleep to get some more dice. Oh, please let they be good dice. I don't know what I'm gonna need them. I don't know what I'm gonna need, so I'm hoping for some good stuff. That is some pretty good stuff. I like it. Okay, I'm gonna start the day by going to the Bantian and cooking some of this matsutake. Just in case. Do do do. I want some more spores, but I would also like to keep these 6s, so pray for me! Good enough, good enough. Okay. We'll take those spores into my garden beds. Okay. Over here. You know what? Let's socialize. Let's socialize for the last one. You are taken under the wing of a righteous crew who give you a song-brewed spirit that burns like fire and leaves a lasting buzz. Cool! Sleeper, Peter calls you as you cross the axis. He is standing by the same railing as you saw him last time, and he beckons you over. I've been hearing things. He gives you a sidelong look. Good things? Bad things? Stay silent. Good things, I hope. Peter smiles. Mostly. He rubs his hands together nervously. You wait for him to speak. You know, on song, I was a teacher. He glances at you, anticipating a response. Really? Or stay silent? Why is there not a response of why are you telling me this? Let's go with really. Peter sighs. Don't sound so surprised. Mechanical engineering. It's an essential subject on a moon where a single mechanical failure could mean the death of hundreds. He looks at the ground. The heat, the atmosphere, the radiation, all of it is hostile to us. My students knew this. Their work, their training was respected. As long as they were careful and respected song themselves, they could have their choice of colony placements. They were always in demand. That meant I was respected, surrounded by friends and colleagues, always able to call in favors and repay them for like. He frowns. Song colonies are small, close-knit. We look after our own. When the flux events started hitting, colonies went dark overnight. We all knew what those kind of failures meant. Like always, we lost more people than any of the other moons. He balls his hands into tight fists. Not a single one of my students left song. Oh, I see. Our future was cut off, just like that. My future. He flexes his hands. What am I out here? What use am I? Song is a fading memory, and the systems we built there are useless outside its orbit. How am I supposed to move on from here? He looks at you, eyes steely gray and glinting. You don't have to. Find someone to teach. Stay silent. You want to teach? Then teach. I'm sure that there is something about what you were teaching that is applicable in many other ways. Honestly, especially with the flux and all. Find someone to teach. Peter pauses, thinking. You don't give up, do you, Sleeper? You just keep going. Peter shakes his head. That is the whole game. That has been the entirety of the game. I may despair, but my character just keeps slogging forward somehow. You remind me of a student of mine, one who entered the program from one of the smaller colonies. They didn't have the advantages of some of the others, but they were stubborn as hell. By the end of the program, they were the most skilled of their peers. They didn't get the best assignment, maybe because they didn't spend much time making the kind of connections that would help you get there. But that didn't matter, because I knew they would make the best of anything they set themselves to do. Peter is smiling now, buoyed up a little by memory. Singers are stubborn, Sleeper. We aren't going to change easily. We won't forgive easily or take help easily, but we'll hold strong. You can count on us for that. Petter smiles, stands up from the railing. When you see Sol again, you can tell him that. You can tell him how the crews of Ember's Song operate. Tell him we will resist. If that means resisting Hearth's imperialist ambitions, so be it. If it means resisting the flux, so be it. And if it means to, as you have, help others resist those same pressures, so be it. Petter smiles, and then tell him to leave us alone. He turns, his step lighter, and heads off towards the center of the Axis's hub. Huh. Why are you even here, then? Why are you even staying with the others? Soul symbol. Oh boy. Okay. When you arrive at the bridge of the Pilgrim's Seed, Sol is waiting for you. You wouldn't believe the messages that have come through in the past few cycles, Sleeper. He smiles. The ship from Steppe has sent a goodwill gesture, a whole cache of supplies from their own farms. He smiles. I'm not sure how we'll use them, but the gesture is a welcome one. Song, meanwhile, are apparently accepting supplies again, although a little reticently, if I may say so. Sol smiles. I don't expect them to change any time soon, it should be said. And what I'm wondering, Sleeper, is what part you had in all of this. Sol eyes you, waiting for an answer. I changed things? I helped where I could? Or no part? You know what? I helped where I could. I did what I could. I made friends! I come to expect that of you, Sleeper. He smiles. You look at Sol, his eyes bright and eager, and wonder what he sees in you. Are you a tool to be used or an ally? It can be hard to tell. I want to show you something. Sol squeezes your shoulder, turning you to face the lift. He leads you along the axis of the ship, towards the engines, the clanking of his suit accompanied by the constant hammering and welding that fills the echoey bulkheads of the Pilgrim's Seed at all hours. With the cordon lifted and shuttles able to go out to salvage scrap and barter for supplies, the ship has become a place of transformation, moving towards some state yet to be revealed to you. You look at Sol. What is his plan here? What is he preparing the Pilgrim's Seed for? Or are his sharp eyes simply focused on making it through the next cycle? Suddenly, Sol stops in front of a huge bulkhead door, like the seal on the front of a dry dock hangar. He signals to someone in a cabin high up, attached to the wall, and they begin the process of opening it up. The Pilgrim's Seed was built as a short-range freight carrier, you know? The amber warning lights on the bulkhead doors send spinning shadows across Sol's face. We built it to ship the entire harvest from thousands of farms to the silos at Passero. When we realized we'd need to leave, it was the biggest ship we could muster. Sol raps on a metal plate, and somehow she's carried us all the way out here. You led the evacuation? Or we? You know what, let's go with we. Farmers, mostly, from outside the city and the edges. He flexes his shoulder beneath his suit. We saw it coming first, I guess. Knew it was time. Others didn't want to believe. I was a farmer, had a whole load of land and people to run it, and my people helped convert this place for the long trip. He looks at his feet. Others led, organized the evacuation, and debated the plan. What happened? Or stay silent? You know what? Let him cook. Not one of those folks made it. Sol rubs his forehead. We were out in the black a long time before we got here, Sleeper. Things happen. The upshot is I was chosen to take over. I guess my crew trusted me, and I knew the ship. I argued, reminded them I'm no leader, and that I'm sick, but, well, when service chooses you... A loud klaxon sounds, indicating the bulkhead doors are ready to open. They groan as they slide back, the metal squeals echoing through the vast ship, bouncing off its hard-plated walls. At first, all you see is darkness. Then the lights go on, in huge strips that stretch back and back as far as you can see. The space in front of you, a vast bay, bigger than any you have ever seen, is empty. When we left Hearth, we didn't have the time or resources to convert the entire ship. Sol begins leading you into the massive space. So much of the freight space we sealed away, shut down. But now we have time, we have resources. We stabilized here, at least for the moment. Sol turns to you. Now is the time we make use of all this. What are you planning? How can you use this? What are you planning? What do you think happens next for the Eye, Sleeper? Sol sighs. The flux has already hit one part of the station, and from what I know it'll hit again. On Hearth, we lost everything. There isn't much time, Sleeper, but there is enough time to do something. Think of the number of people we can fit on here. The farming stacks, the housing, hell, we can plant some of those mushrooms you love so much. This is the way forward, the only way. We need to fill this ship with able bodies and head for the starboard belt. I thought the Eye was your destination, or we can't leave. I thought the Eye was your destination. It was, until the flux hit here. Now it's just another stop. I'm glad of the chance to resupply and salvage, but we need to go further out. I want you to help me. You know the Eye, you have connections, and you can work hard. I've seen it. Sol meets your eye. I know you are like me, Sleeper. You didn't choose service, but it chose you. There are other ways. I don't know, or can this work? I don't particularly want to leave the Eye. But it must be said that we don't know how to stop this shadow thing. But this wave has been rippling outwards. How far do we have to run? How far is there to run? I don't know. I know it's a lot to think about, Sleeper, trust me. Sol begins to lead you back out of the bay, but think of what we can do here. The flotilla can't last forever. We need more than just farmers to make this work. We need to build a new world for ourselves. I've heard that out there in the belt, there are people who've been setting up since the collapse, making something of their own. That's our future, tucked away in those rocks, far from all of this. Sol sighs. I didn't bring my people here just to let them die somewhere new. Sol crosses back over the threshold of the bay and signals for the operator to close it up. The door groans, and Sol waits for it to stop. Think about it, Sleeper. Sol clasps an arm on your back, but don't wait too long. This is happening soon. And he leaves you there, in the silence of this vast bay, your head spinning with the thought of leaving the Eye. Okay, that's another upgrade point. So the only places that I have to put those points are in either hard to kill or instant karma. So hard to kill is keep 2 dice even when condition is breaking, or reroll all of your dice once per cycle. Does that include dice I've used? Because if I could get double dice a cycle, but I doubt it works that way. Okay, let's take hard to kill, because I really don't know about this instant karma. Okay. I only have one quest left. Oh boy. And it's the one that I'm avoiding because it's one that would end the game. Okay, what do we have here? The Briar. Episode Refugee complete. The second part of the flotilla's story is complete. Episode Purge, the final episode, will begin when the clock below is complete. Good luck. Gathering evidence. Peak is compiling their data on the flux to be presented to Sol or Helene. You get the sense they are dreading the choice. Not as much as me. Let's use this 6 to gather some scrap. Nice, nice. What to use this 3 for? Where is this 3 useful? What is there to do? Because apparently I have to burn the rest of today and the next day. Wait, what was the progress on the repairs up here? Not the repairs, the refit. Oh, I can't do any more there. Ahahaha. Moving right along. I could move some freight. I don't feel like stealing a shipment. I could gamble. Or, what is the progress over here? Oh, right. Right, okay. I could end this game tonight if I wanted, but I really want to know what that episode 3 is. You know what? Let's work a night in the bar. Let's just take a shift at the bar. 50-50 on positive and neutral. Say hi to Tala. Positive. As you start your shift, a crew of salvagers barge in, and the next few hours are a whirlwind of chatter and long pours. They tip well. Yay! Okay, and then the 1, as usual, gets used for a little bit of hacking. Which gets me even more money. And then we sell the Yadigan data. Nice. I will hopefully be able to buy some more scrap at the same time as the flotilla turns over. Alright. Freed the cat. Feed the body. New dice on a new day. Yay! I still think that Helene is the best choice for giving the data to. This is a Havenage problem. So Havenage should get it. Oh boy, I'm gonna use this 6 to get more scrap. Frankly, I could use the 4s to get scrap too. Very tempting. Give me some scrap, please. In old docking bay, you find a locker corroded shut. You crack it open and the components inside are in perfect condition. Enough for another day. I don't have anything better to do with these 4s. Alright, we're gonna make the attempt. 50-50 on positive and neutral. Here goes. Surplus? Oh! Good enough, good enough. Cross back over. These 1s are good for hacking. We're going to be selling a lot of Yadigan data today. Thank you. You're Yadigan, aren't you? Yes, you are. Oh, and an extra 10 cryo on top of that? Nice. And you know what? Use the 4 to work a shift at the bar. Gets me a bit of food in my belly, gets me a bit of money in my pockets. Lets me say hi to Tala. Alright, let's make Havenage terribly suspicious of us as I sell 4 pieces of Yadigan data to them. I wish I could sell them all at once. This one at a time thing is just... Alright, keep feeding the machine. Just keep feeding the machine. Alright. That used up the day nice and fast. Feed the cat. Feed the body. Get more dice. Those are pretty reasonable dice. Peak, what are you doing here? Sleeper, Peak is waiting for you in the corridor. It's time. Peak looks pale and disheveled, with heavy marks under their eyes and strands of hair sticking to their face. For what? I'm ready. I'm ready! Peak holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. All the data I have compiled on the flux event, the effects of the wave, and the structures that hide within it is on here. You look at the tiny drive, a casket of dark secrets. I've annotated it to the best of my ability. Anyone should be able to understand the threat, the potential in this. Peak sighs. It makes her grim reading. Without intervention, the Eye will suffer a cascading collapse of systems, just like the colonies of Ember's moons. Intervention? Or you're sure? Okay, what intervention are you talking about? Peak grimaces. That I'm still working on. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh no, plan. No plan. Oh no. No. Peak looks at the drive. This shadow in the flux, this protocol is so hard to pin down. It adapts to any countermeasures I have tried to deploy. It's like trying to hold water in a cage. It slips straight through. There has to be a way. You must keep looking. Stay silent. There has to be a way. Peak closes their hand around the drive. We need help, Sleeper. This is about everyone on this station. They sigh. We have to set up a meeting to tell someone who can do something about all this. Sol? Helene? Stay silent. I still think Helene is the best choice. Perhaps. Peak pauses. If anyone could protect the Eye, it's Havenage, but their internal politics will make it hard for them to act. Will they even listen to us? We have to try. This is their home and their everything. Or perhaps, Peak adds thoughtfully, we've been thinking about this all wrong. Peak's eyes glint. Wait, tell both of them? Wouldn't that be the best way? Why make a choice when we can tell both of them? Hey, look at that! I got there eventually. Why pick a side when the only side in this entire thing is one we all need to take? Peak speaks as they think, their words barely keeping pace with their thoughts. We need to resist this together, or we will fail. We need everyone on board, Sleeper. Peak smiles. That is the only way. We send the data to both. Both? Or you're right. You are correct. You are right. Peak smiles. I'm glad you see it too. They look away. Another flux event is coming. I'm sure of it. And I'm not sure we can survive without help. Peak opens their hands and holds the drive out for you to take. You need to do this, Sleeper. I can't. You know Sol, you know Helene. They trust you. To them, I'm just another spacer, but you are a part of this place. Hearing someone else say it hits you hard. You are part of the Eye. Peak is right. But right now, that feels more like a weakness than a strength. I've set up a data relay at the cordon. It's neutral ground. Take the data and send it out to Havenage and the flotilla. Once they receive it, they will come. We can be sure of that. You will meet them there and take them through it all. No one could do a better job. They tuck a strand of hair behind their ear. Come with me? Or okay. I want the backup. Please, come with me. Peak pauses. I can't. It would only draw suspicion on you. Havenage wants nothing to do with us, and Sol is paranoid at best. Peak tentatively puts a hand on your shoulder. Thank you, Sleeper. I know this is hard, but we have to move forward. We can't keep this to ourselves anymore. I didn't want to keep it to ourselves in the first place, but it was argued that it would be better, if we had full data before we started trying to get people to listen to us, which made sense, I guess. They step back, looking thin and pale in the harsh station light. Come talk to me once it's done, and they slip away into the Eye. Oh boy. I need fortitude. Oh boy. Alright. Actually, wait a minute. If Peak came, does that mean that the ship with the scrap is here? Scrap freighter! My darling, my beloved, give me everything you have. Okay, that's a piece of scrap. Perfect. That's another piece of scrap. Even better. One more piece of scrap. Oh boy. I have 5 scrap now. Oh, it's beautiful. I'm so happy. Two more days until my mushrooms are ready to harvest. Yeah, that's the place. Oh boy. Heart palpitations. Warning, final episode. Once you send the data, episode Purge and the final series of events on the Eye will begin. After this point, you will not be able to return to complete other drives or find other endings. Make sure you're ready. Yes, I will use other playthroughs to get the other endings, of which I have identified 3, other than this one. At least 3. Or 4. Actually, you know what? 4, because there is also the, you die. Ha 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 ha. You know. Input the flux data. Okay. I am full of dice. I am doing things. I have the wheels in motion. I have a lot of scrap. Here goes. Begin. Peak's relay lies ready. Peak's relay pings a confirmation. The data is sent. Now all you can do is wait for the response. They'll come quickly, most likely. The cordon. With the data sent, the only thing to do is wait. As you do, you imagine Helene receiving the data, perhaps in the middle of some Havenage Council meeting. You think of her trembling hands as she slips out of the room to read it. Her reaction? You can't predict. You imagine Saul, too, one of his crew finding him in some corner of the Pilgrim Seed, overseeing the modifications that will turn it into an ark. Those sharp eyes scanning the data, looking for a way to proceed. The wait draws out, and to pass the time, you watch the activity beyond the edge of the eye, the scrap shuttles pulling components from the now abandoned cordon, and the supply skiffs making runs between the flotilla ships. It isn't long before you hear the chirping of one of Helene's now familiar drones approaching the viewing platform, and then Helene herself strides into the room. Where did you get this, Sleeper? Helene holds up a slate, scrolling with streams of flux data as she enters. I need to know your source. Hello to you too? A friend? It doesn't matter. A friend. You seem to have a lot of friends, Sleeper. Helene raises an eyebrow. But I need this data authenticated. I can't just... She pauses and pushes her hair back out of her face. This is a lot to take in. A shadow protocol inside the flux? The system's CAN channel starting up? A total collapse of the eye? She rubs her forehead. If I bring this to the council, they'll... She turns away. Oh, yeah, I didn't actually consider that part. Oh. That is a bit of a problem, yeah. They'll believe you. They'll ignore you. Stay silent. No, she knows what she's talking about better than I do. Silence. Do you know what has been happening within Havenage, Sleeper? She looks away, out at the flotilla. Since the refugee ships started arriving, things have changed. It's chaos. No one can settle on a single issue. There's division at every vote. But in the division, only one group prospers, the hardliners. Because as each counselor gets tired of the arguments, gets tired of compromise, they become more attracted to the easy answers. The flotilla is to blame. The refugees are opportunists. The eye must be defended. She shakes her head. And now you are telling me they brought something to the eye that will cause its collapse. They didn't bring it. The eye should be defended. They didn't bring it. They didn't bring it. It doesn't matter, Sleeper. That is all the counselors will hear. She closes her eyes, a hand to her temple. Many of them already presume that the refugees are somehow to blame. Did someone say refugees? Sol clanks into the docking bay, grinning at the situation. Speak of the devil, and well, here I am. His suit hisses as he settles on his cane. Helene glances between the two of you, uncertain if she is being drawn into some elaborate plan. Well, I'm not sure how elaborate it is, but welcome to having been drawn in. Sol holds out a hand to her. Sol, he nods. I believe we have spoken remotely while the cordon was still up. I sent both of you the data. We are all allies here. Stay silent. We are all allies here. Sol raises an eyebrow. That seems a little presumptuous, doesn't it? I trust you, Sleeper, but Havenage have been the ones seeking to hold us without charge or good reason. I'm not Havenage, Helene blurts out, then corrects herself. What I mean to say is no one person represents Havenage. That's the idea. I did not support the cordon, and I did not support your quarantine. Sol nods. Well then. Sol glances at you. Anyone mind if I get myself up to speed here? He pauses, but you get the feeling he isn't expecting an answer. 1. The flux events, the very same destabilizing waves that collapse the colonies on the moons of Ember, have reached the station. He holds up a stubby finger. 2. According to data Sleeper provided, these events are acting as a cover for some kind of intrusive protocol which is causing the real damage. A second finger joins the first. 3. This shadow protocol will do the very same thing it did to Ember's Song, Step, and Hearth, and quickly. In short, it'll shut down everything keeping this place alive. A third finger pops up. 4. And this is my favorite. We have no idea who or what is doing this and why. Sol's final finger joins the other 3. Is that about the total of it all? That's it? There's also another flux event coming, or stay silent. You know what? I think it's better to let Helene answer this one than to put my elbow in, because I don't know where to put my elbow. Stay silent. I'll take that as acknowledgement. Sol smiles. Sounds, Helene pauses, searching for words, intimidating. Helene turns to Sol. Did you manage to put up any kind of resistance on Ember's Hearth? Sol shakes his head. That's why we are here. The Pilgrim's Seed was the biggest ship to make it out unscathed. He pauses. I suppose we didn't have this data. We didn't know what was eating up the systems. We all thought it was the flux. Helene looks at you. And I imagine you, Sleeper, and whoever helped you uncover this might be able to figure out a countermeasure? We can try, or I don't know. We can try. Helene nods approval. Okay. So that's the start of it. If you'll forgive me, Sol cuts in, part of why I was able to save as many as I could on Ember's Hearth was that I gave up hope early. Sol shifts his weight, his suit hissing. There were endless strategy meets, system reboots, tests, and trials, but I just got on with working on the Pilgrim's Seed, with getting people on board, so when the second and the third and the rest of the flux events hit, we were ready to go. So if I can offer you some advice, Miss Nothavenage, it is to give up on that line of thought you have, that hope, and to start the evacuation now, right this cycle. Sol looks out of the observation deck towards the Pilgrim's Seed. I've already started the process of converting the remaining volume of the Pilgrim's Seed for human habitation. With Havenage's resources, I dare say we could finish the job with time to spare. Sol scratches at his beard. I know it's hard, and I know it's sudden, but you have to give up hope. We have to run. There will be no heroes here, just those that keep living and those that don't. Helene listens in silence, making calculations. She looks out at the bulk of the Pilgrim's Seed, which, despite all its vastness, is dwarfed by the eye as a whole. Something flickers in her eyes. She opens her mouth to speak. She stops, frozen. Let me think. Helene rubs her temple. I need a moment. Helene paces, and as you watch her, you realize how young she is, and how lost she is in the systems and protocols she has to navigate. You can almost see the strings and ties that bind her, glinting like webs in the wide space of the observation platform. We purge the shadow protocol, we evacuate the eye. I have a horrible feeling that not everyone on the eye is going to fit in the seed. And I also, this thing has been spreading. And we go back to the question that I asked earlier tonight. We run away from it, and it follows us. So we run again. And where do we run? And how far do we run? And how far until we run out of places to run to? We have to purge the protocol. Helene stops pacing. But with what resources? The data you sent me, this thing is a shadow, uncontrollable, untraceable. Perhaps with the full contingent of the Havenage Systems Department, but that would require hundreds of work orders to be overlooked. Maintenance schedules abandoned. She looks away. Getting that through the council, would that even be possible? She glances at Sol, who is patiently watching, patiently listening. We have to try. We do it without them. We have to try, because we can't just keep running. Because it is better to stop and make a stand where there's still room to run than to stop and make the stand with your back against the wall. We have to try. Helene looks at the slate again. I will take this to the council, force them to listen, force them to act. You both jump as someone loudly clears their throat nearby. Your eyes jump to the dark entryway that Helene emerged from just minutes ago. Who are you? And I do not like your smug little face. Why is your face so small? What a cozy little meeting this is. A man steps from the shadows, dressed in the same style of Havenage overalls as Helene. And I must say, there is some very incendiary rhetoric you're using, Councillor Helene. Kemp, I already don't like you, and also your face is too small for your head. You glance at Helene, and her face drops immediately. Kemp. She curses under her breath. Sol shifts his weight on his cane, but otherwise remains still, like a casual observer. Plotting against Havenage with an interloper, he gestures at Sol. Everyone would be so disappointed. Kemp smiles a bright smile. Some of the councillors had such high hopes for our youngest member. His smile drops. I, of course, never let novelty distract from the importance of experience. Oh, he's one of those. Oh, I see, I see. I know I've not been offered the opportunity at all throughout the course of this game for anything like this, but is it possible that I can find a path through this narrative that allows me to punch him in the face? His tiny, tiny little face? Helene stares daggers at Kemp. Enough of this petty shit, Kemp. You need to see this. She holds out her slate with an outstretched arm. The games are over. No more point scoring, no more lobbying. You and your hardliners need to stop. This is something real. Kemp calmly takes the slate and prods the screen, scrolling through the flux data. His face betrays nothing, but you see some complex calculation flickering in his sharp eyes. Kemp lowers the slate slowly and smiles at Helene. And what do you think this shows? Helene frowns. Don't play games. You can read. The flux is a carrier signal for some shadow protocol, most likely corporate in nature. Maybe it's Solheim re-emerging to claim their station, maybe it's a takeover. But either way, the station is under threat. You are right about that, but the rest? Conjecture. Kemp rubs his chin. What we have is a virus in our systems which emerged precisely when the flotilla arrived. In fact, it times in perfectly with the mysterious event that freed them. So what I see is a hostile cyber warfare attack, instigated by dissidents that fled Ember's moons after committing terrorist attacks on their own soil. Kemp's face darkens. That is the order of the facts. Nothing more and nothing less. What do you want to do? Space them all? I bet you want to space them all. And, harvest their resources for the good of the station. I bet that's it. Facts I'll be happy to present to the council. Kemp tightens his grip on the slate. Helene laughs. You think that's the only copy of that data, you sanctimonious shit? No, I don't, Kemp smiles. But who do you think they will listen to, Helene? Especially after I tell everyone about this little clandestine meeting. You couldn't win power by Havenage systems, by our laws, so you resort to this. Kemp shakes his head. The law is with me. It is as simple as that. He gestures, and out of the shadows 2 Havenage security officers appear. Now, no need for that, Sol suddenly speaks up. His silence had meant Kemp had stopped paying attention to him, but now you notice he has backup of his own. A group of his crew stand at the edges of the room. They are carrying long, boxy guns. You've never seen anything like them on the eye. Glossy XPR logos glint along their barrows. These are Escha's guns. Oh, goody! We found them! Yay! Well, admittedly, I thought they were explosives, so, guns are actually less than what I expected. That's very cold comfort. Very, very cold. Cold like outer space. Kemp freezes, and the officers hesitate, holding back in the doorway. Be careful there, outsider, he stutters. Kill me, and Havenage will never forget. Sol waves a hand at him. No one is killing anyone, so let's calm down. Sol scratches his beard. But I am going to have to ask you to leave. Helene glances at him, and he gives her a gentle nod. And you'll leave your colleague here with me. He raises an eyebrow. We haven't finished our conversation. Kemp laughs and shakes his head. You're finished, Helene. The council will never allow you back after this. Then he turns and walks out of the observation deck, taking his officers with him. You all pause to catch your breath. Helene looks ready to collapse. Sol flexes inside his suit, nodding at his crew to check that Kemp has fully retreated. Sol wrenches part of his suit back into place, grimacing. Your friends leave a lot to be desired. He shoots a glance at Helene. Seems like support for the evacuation might be a hard ask. Helene doesn't respond. She stares out at the Pilgrim's Seed once more, trying to process what's in front of her. She sighs and turns back to you both. Okay, so the one that I supported, the door gets slammed on that one. Thanks ever so much. I love it when games do that to me. I won't call for an evacuation. She looks at Sol. Maybe that is a fatal mistake, but I can't do it. You have to, or I understand. I understand. But, she pauses, I won't block it either. If people want to leave, Havenage will let them. That is what I will propose to the council. She sighs. If they let me speak. You have to try. You have to do more. You have to try. She nods at you and Sol and turns to leave. Sol is quiet. He scratches at his beard. Good luck, he offers to the departing Helene, but she does not respond. He leans on his cane. I'll be honest with you, Sleeper. None of this changes anything for me. The Pilgrim's Seed will be going in a handful of cycles, whether Havenage wants it or not. You can't abandon the Eye? Or how long? How long? Sol grimaces. Honestly, as soon as we are ready. I'm not eager to run down the clock to the last cycle. Sol puts a hand on your shoulder. There's a berth for you, and for any you can gather, Sleeper. That much I owe you. And Helene? Or thank you. And Helene? I won't hold out much hope of her coming around, Sleeper. She's too tied up on all this. It won't let her leave, even if she wants to. He eyes you. Hell, I'd say the same about you, but you have a habit of proving me wrong. My crew will take me from here. Don't you worry. Sol straightens up. Oh, and thank you, Sleeper, for sending the data. I appreciate the extra info, and I'll see if it can help us shore up the Pilgrim's Seed against any future flux events. If we had you back on Ember's hearth... He pauses, suddenly losing his appetite for discussing the past. Sol sighs. Of course, we are going to need all the help we can get. If you can spare some time, come to the Pilgrim's Seed, help me get it ready, bring others. There's a future to be earned here, cycle by cycle. We will be leaving as soon as we are able. If you want to help us get there faster, well, you'd be welcome. He meets your eye. Sol grimaces. Well, he pauses. Just don't keep me waiting. And he limps off towards his waiting crew. You pause for a moment to let your thoughts catch up. Peak will want to hear about all this. They should be your first port of call. I wonder if this was actually the only option. The flotilla is leaving with anyone who wishes to join them, but they'll need help if they want to leave before the flux hits. I hate that I'm not even allowed to try. I hate it so much. Why does this game keep making me do things that I don't want to do? Hi, Peek. As you enter the climbing briar, you immediately have to jump aside as Esha, lugging a massive crate across the cargo bay, pushes past you, grunting an apology as she does. Stay silent, grunt Bat. Reminds me of when we met. Reminds me of when we met. Esha sniffs and doesn't look back. As you turn back to the bay, Peek pushes past too. Sorry, Sleeper, just a second. Peek rushes to catch up with Esha. Put that down, please, Esha. But she doesn't respond to their urging. We can't leave, not yet. Peek puts a hand on her shoulder. Please, I'm the only one here who can... The crate drops, the sound of its impact echoing around the bay like thunder. Can do what, Peek? Her eyes are burning with anger. Save this place? Are you still that naive? We are running, Peek. We are running because this thing cannot be stopped. It couldn't be stopped at XPR, our home. Why would we stay to stop it here? Because we can, Esha. We can give these people a chance. Peek pleads with her. Like they gave the refugees a chance? Esha shakes her head. No, Peek, this is not on us. We barely made it out of XPR. I worked for years to escape, and now you want to throw it all away? I left everything behind, my mother, my friends, to take you out of that place. She clenches her jaw. She turns and slams her hand onto the crate, breathing hard. We go. That's the end of it. I can't tell if those noises outside are thunder or a truck. I'm really hoping it's a truck. Peek turns away. You feel unsure what to do, but you know now is not the time for outside arguments. This is between them. Peek crosses the bay back towards you. I'm sorry you had to see that, Sleeper. They sigh. Let's talk upstairs. Peek leads you to the entry ladder, taking you up out of the bay and into the habitation level of the ship. You follow them through the tight corridors, noticing the handwritten notes, the clutter, the repairs, the signs of a home. Here, sit. Peek gestures to the broad mess table with its curved couches, and you slide in on one side. Peek sits opposite. They brush their hair out of their eyes and take a deep breath. So, how did it go? What did they say? I've been waiting all cycle. Tell them about Helene. Tell them about the evacuation. Tell them about Kemp. Oh boy. Oh, where do I start? Let's tell them about Helene. Peek listens nervously as you explain how Helene said she will support your efforts to find a countermeasure for the Shadow Protocol. Okay, Peek looks pleased. That sounds good, much better than I was hoping. But what about the council? Are they behind that? Or will she operate alone? Well, I'm not sure if she's going to be a council member for much longer because tell them about Kemp. Peek looks increasingly troubled as you tell them about the hardline counselor Kemp's sudden appearance. Damn, then Helene's going to have problems of her own to deal with. Peek shakes their head. Looks like we won't be able to count on anything from Havenage. They pause. What stopped Kemp from arresting her? Oh, about that! They had guns! Peek rolls their eyes. Of course. Those are the guns Esha managed to smuggle through to the refugees. The ones she didn't tell us about. Peek sighs. Another thing that's on us. Yeah, it is Esha's fault. What a surprise! What's on us? Esha is standing quietly in the doorway listening. You don't know how long she has been there for. Peek looks up at her with tired eyes. Sleeper found the weapons you smuggled from XPR. I didn't exactly find them. They just sort of arrived in my presence, and then left my presence, and I don't know where they are now, but I can make a few guesses. Esha freezes. She glances between you and Peek, as if this might be some elaborate joke. The flotilla used them? Esha moves out of the doorway and enters the room. What happened? Peek interrupts. Be thankful that they didn't. They used them as a threat. That is all. And we're all very lucky that that was it. Good. Esha folds her arms. You get the feeling that she knows Peek will not approve. Peek goes to speak, and then decides not to take the bait. They glance at you. I'm sure you've heard enough of us arguing this cycle, Sleeper. Peek shoots a look at Esha. But our introduction of those weapons into the equation are just another reason why we cannot simply run away. Esha looks away, but says nothing. She surely knows they cannot absolve themselves of responsibility here, so what is motivating her? You realize that she might still be trying to protect Peak, even from themselves. Suddenly, a shrill beeping fills the room, and Peak pulls out their slate to silence it. But as they do, they freeze, their finger hovering above the screen, the beeping continuing its insistent pulse. What? Or turn it off. No, what? What is it? Peak doesn't seem to hear you. They blink with glazed eyes at the slate. Then they let out a long exhale and tap the screen. The beeping shuts off, leaving a ringing silence behind. Esha frowns at Peak, planning to explain. 12 cycles. Peak looks vacantly up at you both. 12 cycles until the next flux event. They shake their head. I've been using the arrays on the Briar to look towards the center of the system, to approximately where the CAN channel should be. Just this moment, they detected a signal from the inner system. Given the distance and pattern of previous flux events, we have 12 cycles before it reaches the eye. The silence in the room is deafening. 12 cycles, that's it, before a second wave hits, and this place... Peak interrupts your thoughts. We start now. That's the end of it. Peak stands up to face Esha. You want to take the Briar and run, Esha? That's on you. But I won't do it. They take a deep breath. I'll be here, Sleeper, for every cycle it takes, trying to find a solution. I'll need your help. Their eyes meet yours, and you see a wild desperation flickering there. We will find something. The sooner we have a plan, the better. If it takes us 12 cycles to fix this thing, it'll be too late. Peak's eyes flash with determination. They reach for a slate and pass it to you, so we can keep in touch. You pocket the thin, handheld terminal. And Esha, Peak starts, but she is gone, storming down the corridors of the ship on a path to who knows where. You know from experience that it is impossible to outrun your fears, but you get a sense that Esha will try anyway. Peak rubs their red eyes, staring after Esha. Maybe I'll take a moment before we start. They smile weakly, tears of exhaustion gathering in their eyes. See you back here soon, okay? And you slip from the room into the corridor, Peak's quiet sobs somehow carrying through the ship behind you as you leave. Oh no! Okay, Okay, evacuate the eye, protect the eye. Peak needs a plan to protect the eye from the Shadow Protocol before the next Flux event. Help Peak, help the Pilgrim Seed. I have a feeling I can't do both. Let's see. Devise a strategy. Peak is tirelessly analyzing the Flux data and testing countermeasures on the Shadow Protocol. They need your help. Okay, 1, 2, 3... Okay, that's 6 on a desperate plan. Peak is desperately looking for a way to combat both the coming Flux event and the Shadow Protocol infecting the station. Okay, so plus a desperate plan minus energy. Okay, that's 6. I can get at least 4 on that immediately if I spent both my 4s. And over here, Pilgrim Prep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 12. Okay, so berth refitting. The Pilgrim Seed will take the majority of the evacuees off the eye, but is there enough time to settle them all? Okay, berth refitting, which is an engineer task. Building berths into the vast bulkheads of the Pilgrim Seed is a huge job, and Sol needs every able-bodied engineer to help. So that gets 2 Pilgrim Prep. And supply hauling. The evacuees will need many supplies for the trip to the Starward Belt, and they have to be hauled aboard in only a few cycles. That's an endure, and it also is 2 on that. 12 days. Counting today. I can get more than halfway through Peak's desperate plan. And I can probably make a bit of progress over here, like if I use the 3 on the berth refitting. That would make it a 5, which would give me a 50-50 between neutral and positive. Okay. I feel like we should fix the problem here on the eye. I think that is... Well, I did have that whole speech about, you know, make your stand at a place where you can run if it fails. Never make your stand with your back against the wall. So, analyze, analyze, analyze faster. Okay, you show the latest data to Peak and their eyes light up. They've seen something, but what is it? Okay, that's one of the 4s. That's another 4. Oh, look at that. I made some money. That's unfortunate. Okay. I hate everything about this. Okay. Engineering. We make that a 5 for a 50-50 positive neutral. Maybe it will give me some scrap. That would be awesome. Here goes. No scrap, but 2 points of prep. Okay. You work in sync with the other teams, splitting the jobs so that by the time you are done, there are tens of new berths in place. As you stop to rest in one of the Pilgrim Seed's cavernous bays, hopping up to sit on a supply crate, you hear a now familiar voice behind you. Sleeper, glad you are here. Soul's suit hisses as he clanks up towards you. I knew you'd help us out. We sure do appreciate everything you do for us. No worries, or building up to something? No worries, here to help. I do mean it, Sleeper. He looks away down the bay to where sparks jump from welding torches. It's a grim job to be doing without a few friends around. Soul settles beside you, flinching a little but making himself comfortable on the crate. Seems the word got out this way or that. He nods towards the welders a little way off, one of them wearing shipyard overalls. We've had people flowing in from the eye, looking for a place. In truth, it's more than I thought. Soul sighs, which means more mouths to feed, more bodies to house, more people to protect. That's good, right? Or can we do it? Can we do it? Soul frowns. We'll do what we can, as always. I'm not sure any of it can be enough. He looks down. We were supposed to stay here, not keep running. I made the speech twice now. I made it twice now. I will not make it a third time. Soul waves away the thought. Don't listen to me. He gives you a sideways glance. Just a tired old man. He stretches. I have something to ask, though. I'm already helping. What is it? Or something new? What? With all these evacuees, well, we need a change of plan. He shrugs. Pilgrim Seed can't do it alone. We need the others to help out. We can carry them, house them, but that's all. Now, you settled down the folks from Ember's Step, and they sent us supplies grown in those dust houses of theirs. If we could get more, he nods to himself. And then the song crews. He rubs his chin. What we need from them is scouting and security. We don't need that docking access of theirs, but with some careful scavenging, they could be our fleet. These folks, they know you, Sleeper. You earned their trust already. He put a hand on your shoulder. I sent my requests out, and they seem to be complying, but I need you out there making sure the work gets done. Time is our greatest enemy now. Soul stares into the distance. I need you out there, speeding things up. Of course, or you ask too much. I will help where I can and where my dice let me. Sol nods. All right, then. He climbs off the crate, his suit hissing as he does. Think of it this way. Either way, you won't have to deal with me much longer. He smiles his uneven smile. Unless, of course, you were planning to come along on the trip. I'm staying. I'm considering it. I don't know. Oh, now there's a difficult one to choose an answer for. Huh. I don't know. I'm still thinking. Sol winks. I'll leave it with you. Sol waves a hand and starts off towards the bay's entrance, the crackling sound of the welding quickly covering up his clanking suit. You watch the workers, the shipyard contractor chatting among them, already looking like he belongs. You push the thoughts of escape, of home, and of the future to the back of your mind and get up. There's always more to do. You better head to the other ships in the flotilla to see what can be done. Oh, you're cruel. You are cruel, game. You are nasty. Alright, so, I'm looking at the time here. I haven't heard any more rumbles, so I think it was a truck. I'm really hoping it was a truck. What I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to these two, to Peter and to Akai? No, not Akai. There's not enough vowels for that. Iki. And then I will I will figure out how to use these two last dice, and I will take a break. So yeah, that's the order of things. I'm gonna talk to Peter first because Iki will be nice to me and he won't. The docking axis is in chaos when you arrive. The staccato burst of welding torches, the shouts of crews gathering, the rapid flow of supplies and kit from dock to dock. You can tell already that news of the flotilla's imminent departure has reached this place before you. Come to join the Exodus, sleeper? Peter approaches you from one of the working crews, a smile on his face, and a lightness in his step you haven't seen before. Not quite. What's happening? Are you enjoying this? What's happening? We're going to sidestep the question with a complete lack of grace that characterizes my character in this game. Peter gestures to the chaos. The singers are rising, sleeper. Peter eyes you. I suppose you are here on Sol's orders again? He winks at you. Nothing Ember's hearth like to do more than ordering people around. I'm here by choice, or you guessed it. I'm here by choice. Fair enough. Just your timing seems to always be a cycle or two after we get some request from the hearth ship. He shrugs an exaggerated shrug. Must be a coincidence. Hey, if you gave me jobs to do in between requests, we would not be having this conversation this way. Well, Sol has it lucky anyway. His request for us to dismantle the Axis and be the vanguard for the flotilla's onward journey to the Starward Belt aligns perfectly with our plans. What plans, or stay silent? What plans might that be, Mr. Soon-to-be Space Pirate? To leave this damn place, of course. We've been prepping ever since the cordon collapsed. If we can build our escape and make the hearth ships think we are complying with their orders at the same time, then it's a 2-in-1 for us. Peter shakes his head. Those idiots will never see it coming. You're leaving the flotilla? Or you can't abandon them. Why are you leaving? We are our own flotilla, sleeper. Peter looks away at the busy Axis. We aren't going to tie ourselves to heart and step any longer. Why would we? To help them. I understand. Stay silent. I don't like either of those answers, so I will say nothing. Peter looks down. Look, nothing against you or yours, sleeper, but we have to get out from under the shadow of step and hearth. And this is the time. Peter grimaces. We won't let the flux catch us again. Not a chance. And for the first time, you see fear in his eyes. Want to help us make that leap? Grab a torch, talk to a crew. You're welcome to it. Petter sniffs. Every person here is free to prove themselves. I'll help when I can, or let's see. I'll help when I can. Petter nods. Just a stop on the road, sleeper. I'm afraid that's all this was. Petter glances out past the docking axis through the outer windows to the stars beyond. A lot of space out there for those willing to take it. That is so correct, Mr. Soon-to-be Space Pirate. He looks you in the eye. I hope you'll be around before we go, but if not, he smiles, stay strong. And with that, Petter thumps you on the shoulder and heads back to his crew with a purpose, a direction visible in every step of his rapid stride. Oh boy, okay, what is going on here? Dock dismantling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's another 12. And neither of these give more than 2. Oh boy. Dock dismantling. The ships from Enver's Song will act as scouts and security for the evacuees. That means dismantling the docking axis. Alright, so we have crew management, which is an engage. The crews of Ember's Song are effective but headstrong and stubborn. They need direction and management. Or access reclamation, which is an engineer task. As the docking axis is dismantled and the individual ships refitted, as much of the material as possible needs to be reclaimed. Okay. Alright, Aki, are you going to be heading out on your own as well? I knew you'd come. Aki greets you outside the dust house, her eyes as bright as always. You are very welcome here, as always. Good to see you, Aki. What are you working on? Good to see you. Aki smiles. And you, sleeper. Aki puts a hand on your arm. Walk with me. And she guides you past the dust houses. You look inside and see other members of the crew working in the orange dust, planting and tending to the steppe ecosystem. We are to be the suppliers for the evacuees. I'm sure you have heard. We will put the dust houses to use. She leads you past a dust house where the dust is less and the orange glow not as bright, the air a little more clean. We are adapting, slowly, but we are adapting. We have to produce food, clothes, necessary things for the journey ahead. She smiles. The plants of steppe are once again sustaining a population, and that makes me proud. Eki stops at a half-empty dust house, scoured of its sand. It is being filled with mulch. We brought this from the Greenway. She stares at the green and brown, a strange sight even to you, now that you are used to the amber dust of steppe. I admit, it is hard work for us. We are not familiar with these plants. Can you help us? Eki meets your eye. I will do my best. There is too much to do. I will do my best. Thank you. She nods solemnly. I know that the eye is suffering, that it is at risk. I know what that is like. It's okay? Or thank you. You know what? Thank you. I appreciate the sympathy. I especially appreciate the way that the sympathy was phrased. I wish I had a lesson to share with you from our loss on steppe. She shakes her head. But for the moment, I cannot see what that might be. She gathers herself. If it gives you meaning, the work here is steady and worthwhile. But if you do not have time, she smiles a weak smile, I will not blame you. Hold on to your memories, but not too tightly. She pauses. Sadness will not sustain you. She falls silent, and you both watch the work in the dust house for a while. You can already see a greening fringe of moss on the mulch in the dust house, the first signs of new life. Will you soon be like the people of steppe, leaving behind a home? Or will you be stubborn and hold your ground despite what it might mean? You wait a little longer with Aki, a moment of welcome suspension of time. A rare moment in this rush towards an end. You glance at Aki as she puts a hand on your shoulder in solidarity. After a short while, Aki smiles. It is good to see you, sleeper. Perhaps we will see each other again before we depart. She walks away, fingertips brushing against the glass of the dust house windows. Okay. Eki turns back for a moment, as if she wants to say something, then thinks better of it and turns away. You know, I think she might actually like me. And like, as me, not as a useful tool, but just me. Okay, so, greening step. 1, 2, 3, another 12. Okay. The dust houses now have a new function to feed the evacuees on their journey to the starboard belt. That means many changes. Okay, dust house tending. That's an intuit skill. To be used on the flotilla's outward trip, the dust houses will need careful tending, especially those being adapted to greenway plants. And harvest automation, which is an interface task. Dust house efficiency could be massively improved with an automated harvesting system, but the step techs need some help. Okay. The best I can get is I can get a 4 out of this 2 in some way. Oh, it's all very dangerous. I'm gonna try and push this. I'm gonna try my 4 here with a 75%, I hope. Oh boy. Here goes something. Positive! Thank you! Show the latest data to peak. Yes, okay. We have come up with a desperate plan very, very quickly. Peak beckons to you over the wide mess table where they have set up a terminal. The hours of bleary-eyed work have left you both drained, and Peak looks ready to collapse. You slide onto the curved couch beside them, something dark and malevolent filling their screen like an oil stain. The Shadow Protocol? I'm sick of looking at this thing. Stay silent. No, Peak wanted to show me something. Let them show it to me. Stay silent. Peak's eyes seem to glitter in the screen light. This isn't what you think, Sleeper. Not by a long shot. You look again at the screen, leaning in close to the dark, curved shape to see its texture. You see whirls and currents like a river, a dark flow unlike the Shadow Protocol's dark tangle. Oh, wait. Is the gardener here? What the heck? You know exactly what this is. You have swum in this river, almost drowned in its shifting flow. It is the gardener's chorus, the dark cloud which blankets the Greenway's networks, the bioorganic morass of a malfunctioning protocol grown vast and strange. The gardener? I know this place. I know this place. Peak glances at you. I thought you might have seen it, covering the Greenway like a shroud. Peak meets your eye. Everything I have tried to do to contain the Shadow Protocol has been a failure. It slips through any containment, absorbs any countermeasure. That, unfortunately, is an unavoidable fact. And yet, the eye still spins. The Shadow Protocol is being slowed, partially contained. It has spread across the station, as we have seen, but in reduced pockets, in fragments. So I started to look outside of our test cases. Outside of these fragments we have been poking and prodding in our little lab. Peak smiles. And look what I found. Peak taps a key on their terminal, and you realize the screen is showing a recording of the data flow inside the eye's networks, sampled from hundreds of points around the Greenway. You watch as a subtle shift occurs at the edge of the flowing dark curve that blankets the Greenway. Something spreading like an ink stain. Somehow darker than black, it bleeds across. The Shadow Protocol. Now watch. Peak eagerly points at the screen. You see something strange, a fizzing at the edge of the shadow, a sparking, and then it is gone. And beneath, for a moment, a millisecond, you see into the networks of the Greenway. You were reminded of an image you had forgotten, of pulling a plant from its pot and seeing a bone-white root ball where you expected to see dark soil. The white connections wreathe like worms, and then it is gone, the dark flow closing up as quickly as it opened. What did I just see? It dissolved the shadow. It dissolved the shadow. Exactly, Peak nods. It protected itself. You think back to your meeting with the gardener, that sense of something old and whirled and inhuman to its core. Peak excitedly starts to explain. This is the only chance we have, the only countermeasure we have seen. In the moment it opened, I detected something, a centralized intelligence with the local ID Gardener. This protocol, this system, whatever it is, can protect its network from the Shadow Protocol. But if it stays in the Greenway, the eye will still fall. The station's systems are too exposed, too spread across the hub, the shipyards, the spokes. Peak glances away. The only way to break it open, to spread the entity's network access it, expand it. That sentence doesn't make any sense. Let me try it again, one word at a time. Okay. The only way is to break it open, to spread the entity's network access it, expand it somehow. To spread the entity's... Okay, okay. There's an extra it here. Okay, I've got it. The only way is to break it open, to spread the entity's network access, expand it somehow. Peak pauses. You want to let the gardener out? Or I've been inside there, Peak. You want to let the gardener out? Peak stands up and walks away a little. They lean against the countertop, their head hanging so low that their long hair touches the work surface. You hear them breathing deeply. I don't know, Sleeper. They lift their head. I really don't know. It's a chance. It's okay. Stay silent. It's a chance. Maybe. They shake their head. You know as well as Peak that this is it. You know it because over the past cycles you have run every simulation, every possibility you could think of, and still come up with nothing. You have stared a hole into your screen and dreamt of that black shadow creeping in at the edges of your vision. The writing here assumes that I took several days to do this. Peak recognizes the look in your eyes, the potent cocktail of resignation and anger. Let's say we do this, Peak begins, eyeing you carefully. What do we need? They begin to answer their own question, thinking out loud. I suppose we'd need to do two things. Find a way to limit or control the gardener's spread, and then reconnect the Greenway. Peak starts pacing. The idea is coming quickly now. Controlling the spread means preparing the station. Limit the gardener's network to key systems. We don't want it taking everything. We just need it to protect the station's core functionality. Then, we need to reconnect the Greenway, hook it back up to the main line of the network. Those systems we prepared, they should connect, and Gardner will spread along the paths we prepared. I feel like this could work! At least, that is my theory, Peak grimaces. But if we don't prepare correctly, the Gardner might not spread, or it might spread to everything. Peak closes their eyes. Closes their eyes. And after that, things might get worse. I can't help but notice that the proofreading on this last chapter is a little lax. Just a little. Especially with this bit that I'm going through with Peak here, but there's been some really awkward phrasing. Did they translate this quickly? Maybe too quickly? Were they in a hurry? I assume that this was not originally written in English. I have to admit. I know that the developer is not in an English-speaking country, so I assume that this was not in English originally. Uh, that's why I'm wondering if this is just a translation done too quickly and not proofread enough times. Can't be worse than a total collapse. That's the risk. I'm not sure. That's the risk. Peak nods. One hell of a risk. What would be so bad if the gardener spreads across all the systems? Like, the gardener is spectacular at maintenance. The gardener is extremely good at maintenance. I could almost guarantee that the systems would keep running. They just might be a little more difficult to access to find out why they're running. I don't think the gardener would break anything. It's kind of outside their protocol. And I mean, they are an AI, but there's still certain things that just sort of stick. Like they do what they were intended to do still, to this day. Peak sits back at the terminal and brings up a map of the eye. Rotational control at the hub, life support at the free spoke, power routing at the Havenage shipyards. They stab at the map with each one, marking them in red. Then there's the central core, as I understand is somewhere on the rim. I'd need to find it. They push their hair out of their face. We seed the gardener in all these places. Peak pauses. But how are we going to do that? Transplant the greenway. Bait the gardener's attention. Gardener is gardener. Transplanting seems like? Transplant. Peak smiles. Of course, the gardener needs plants to care for. That is what their protocol dictates. They must have been part of the farming management systems of the Eye, back when Solheim built it. We seed greenway plants into those systems, and the gardener will seek them out, protect them. Peak stares at the map of the Eye. It's a wild idea, but it could work. But, they pause, we'll need a way into those systems. Havenage have most of them locked down for safety purposes. We can't just walk in. Hey, I know a guy! Finger guns! I can't actually do finger guns, but understand that I did actually, in fact, in flesh, just do finger guns at my screen. I'm a weirdo, yes, I know, thank you. Peak raises an eyebrow. Someone in Havenage Systems team? Yes! And I think they owe me a favor! You nod. After everything he dragged you through, you still feel like Feng still owes you. You feel like Feng still owes you. Time to pay him a visit. Yeah, it's just a bit of awkwardness in the phrasing here. This could have used an extra editing sweep by an actual English speaker, I feel. Okay, well, Peak looks at you sideways. I guess we should pay him a visit. Lead the way. You both leave the ship, carried forward by the excitement of the plan and an eagerness to not look at the details too closely. You push any lingering questions to the back of your mind. Time to head to Feng's Bay. Okay, I'm going to change what quest I'm tracking because this is getting complicated. Okay. Cross to the rim. Is Feng back in... Oh, yeah, he's back over here. Oh, boy. Okay. Alright, that all took a lot longer than I thought it would. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my break here and we will talk to Feng when I get back. That is the current plan. So I need to refill my tea. I need to take a quick bio break because I need to refill my tea. Maybe I'll run some ads. I will take care of all of those things, and I will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, I have returned, which means it's time to talk to some more people. Oh boy, there's a lot of people to talk to right now. The wheels are turning. How fast are they turning? I wish it were faster, but I can only read so fast. So, well, I can only read aloud so fast. If it were just me reading, it would be a completely different story. This would be going a lot faster. Ah, well. Okay, it is time to talk to Feng. Very important to talk to Feng. Okay. Oh no. Find Feng. Feng isn't in his bay, and no one in the offices upstairs seems to know where he is. Your lone clue is an out to lunch note. A difficult man. Feng is never where he says he'll be, and always late. While this is no surprise, now is not the moment for wasting time. That's another 6! Oh, I can't use my 1 for this. Oh, man. Why you gotta do this to me, Feng? I could use my last die to sunbathe in order to get some energy. I don't need a lot to see me into the next day. Oh look, there's a flux counter here as well. That's very handy. So helpful. Okay, let's try sunbathing for energy. Admittedly, it's only a 2, but even if I only get 1 energy, it'll be enough to see me into the next day. Oh, hey! Neutral, 2! Perfect! The sun heats your skin and you feel its light seeping into your veins as glucose. Delicious. Okay, and shove some scrap into my person. Still feels weird. And feed the cat. Alright, I need fresh dice. I need more dice. I need 3 rows of dice to get everything done, please. Oh, no, those are terrible. Oh, why? Okay, well, we gotta use at least 1 to try and find Feng. Okay, I will use the 4 to try and find Feng. Okay, you dig around Feng's bay and find some notes that mention the flux. What is he working on? The flux, we hope. Okay, that's a third of the way. Okay. Oh, these are such terrible dice. I think I need an engineering task. Oh man, the possibility of failure on that one is losing condition. Oh boy. Here goes something. 50-50 on positive and neutral. Here goes. Reclaim some everything. Oh, I need food. But we made progress. Cutting apart the axis is doubly difficult when you have to try to preserve it, but with care you managed to make progress. Didn't gain scrap from that. Was slightly hoping that I would. I require food. I'm gonna go and cook another one of my matsutake. I went too far. Here we are. Bantayan, cook that matsutake. Delish. I have got to figure out a way to make these twos useful for something. Can I use a 2 to find Feng? Brings it up to a 3. Only a 25% chance of failure? And that would lose me energy. Okay, I can afford this. Here goes. Okay, we're halfway. Someone in the office says they'll send Feng another message, but they don't seem hopeful of a response. Where are you, boy? Okay. Okay, we're doing the thing. We're doing the thing. Here goes. Okay. We can't finish this today. There is no way we can finish this today. But we're hella close. There must be something I can use this 1 for. I could try it for the birth refitting. That has a chance of losing condition, though. Is there a +2 where I only have a chance of losing energy? Harvest automation. Well, here goes something, I guess. Oh! Ow! That's a failure. You accidentally wipe some existing code and spend all your time reconstructing it. No progress at all. Oh no, I'm so sorry. And now I'm starving again. That's the second time today. Emphas, help! Oh, thank you, Emphas. You are a gentleman and a scholar. Ay, 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 ay. I should have used that last dye to sunbathe again. Okay, feed the cat. Feed me some scrap. Give me more dice. That's not a lot better than yesterday. Is it because I'm going to bed hungry? Fang, you little weasel, where are you? You dig? Okay. Okay, we filled it up. We filled it up. Fang! That's it. No more wasting time. Peek sighs and pulls out their slate. They crack open a box on the side of the bay's shutter and wire the slate to what's inside. Maybe your friend has a Havenage pass card or something inside. Peek shoots you a glance. Something they won't mind if we borrow. Let's wait, or fine, but be quick. Fine, but be quick. Peek nods without looking up. I'm going as quick as I can. After a few tense moments, the shutter jerks and begins grinding open, the noise making you jump. Let's get inside. Peek glances around. Quickly! You slip into the dark of the bay, punctuated by the blinking lights of Feng's piles of servers, somehow even more disordered than before. Peek makes a beeline for the desk at the center, scattered with tools and components. They flick on a lamp and stare at the mess. Are you sure this person can help us? They're a little disordered, but yes! You are interrupted by the sound of footsteps from the entrance. Someone has come in behind you. Peek freezes. I could swear I closed this shutter when I left. Feng leans on a stack of servers near the entrance. Must be getting forgetful. He grins at you. Feng! Sloppy. Where were you? Ay, boy. Feng! The very same. Feng smiles. Feng raises an eyebrow. Thought you'd come to rob an old friend. Is that the plan? We need your help. Where have you been? We don't have time. We need your help. Feng nods. You're here about the flux. Peek nods and is suddenly giving Feng their full attention. I think I may have done a very bad thing introducing these two to each other. Oh dear. I mean, it's too late to rethink my choices now, but oh boy. Feng smiles, pleased with himself. I guessed as much. I saw changes in the old system architectures almost immediately. Some of them have been running since the first days of the station, and so when I saw new patterns, shifts in logic, I knew something must have happened. These past cycles, I've been doing a total inventory of the core systems, from the hub to the rim. He grins. I surprised myself, to be honest. I didn't think I had it in me. Peek seems unamused. And what did you find? Feng sighs. That's the thing. There's something, all twisted up in the systems and protocols, but every time I look at it, it disappears, Peek finishes. Feng turns to you. Do they always do that? In my experience, yes. Peek ignores him. It's a shadow protocol. It masks itself somehow, bedding into the gaps between the systems in the negative space. It is slowly filling every system in the station, slowly taking over, and we need to stop it. You need to grant us access to all the core systems of the station, rotational control, life support. Feng holds up a hand. Whoa, slow down there. I don't even know your name. Feng shakes his head. You are asking for the keys to the castle? Can't be done. Feng, it's me, or you can trust Peek. You can trust Peek. Feng pauses and glances between both of you. How long have you known this one, Sleeper? I know I owe you, but I also know that you trust too easily, sorry to say it. Peek cuts in. I can vouch for myself. I came to the Eye on the run from the XPR colony Hawthorne with the intent to keep running until we hit the starboard belt. But since I've been here, I've done everything in my power to protect this place. I have helped to stabilize the refugee flotilla, to investigate the flux, to identify and make a plan to purge the Shadow Protocol from the station's systems. Meanwhile, Havenage has done everything to stop and slow these actions. I have proven myself as a friend to the people of this station, not the administration, many times over, and I will not be doubted by someone who wears the badge of this corrupt administration. Peak faces Fang with a hard look. Fang looks down at his Havenage jacket and shrugs. This is all I have in my wardrobe. Look, I have no love for the Council either, friend, but someone has to run this place, and that someone is me. Fang walks over to the workbench where you are both standing and digs a slate out of the pile of tools. You want to prove yourself? Show me. Peak grabs the slate, and you recognize the tangled form of a fluxed node on the screen. Peak immediately starts tapping away at it, its tendrils unwinding, and the shadow, just slightly delayed, slipping out of sight. Fang leans in. Interesting, he says to himself. Before long, Peak has unfolded the system completely, and it lies splayed out like an unwound ball of string. At the center, with nowhere left to hide, is the dark stain of the Shadow Protocol, visible for all to see. What now? Fang asks, his eyes fixed on the screen. How do you kill it? You can't. That's why we are here. Let Peak answer. No, you know what? Peak. This is Peak's game. This is Peak's game now. I'm just an accessory. Let Peak answer. There's only one entity on the station that we have seen purging the shadow. The gardener. Fang frowns. Who's that? Some Greenway hacker? Peak glances at you. More like an avatar of the Greenway itself. You explain the gardener to Fang, the feeling of descending into the flowing river of consciousnesses. You explain the networked chorus, the non-human collective of voices. You tell him of the farming AI's offer to you to be networked into the chorus, dissolved in its flow. Then you explain that by granting it access to the AI's major networks, you hope to reinforce them. Fang is silent for a moment. And you want to let this thing out? He shakes his head. That's the kind of stupid plan I'd dream up. He pauses. I like it, he smiles. This place is rammed with weird protocols and forgotten intelligences anyway. What's one more ghost in the machine? We'd try to limit it, of course, Peak explains. That's why we want your help to access the AI's major systems, to seed some of the gardener's spores into them, to draw the gardener's focus to those places. Fang whistles. So the way to save the eye is by growing mushrooms in all the server stacks? He glances at you. Sleeper, congratulations, you found someone weirder than you. Excuse you, Fang. There have been lots of people weirder than me on this station. Certainly a lot more people more dangerous than me. Peak goes to argue, but Fang holds up a hand. In it is an All Systems Havenage pass card with his picture on it. Take it, before I change my mind. Thank you, or that's it? Thank you. Don't mention it. Fang gives you a look. In all honesty, Sleeper, I was on my way back here to start tearing the place down. The Shadow Protocol had me spooked, so if you're telling me that you figured out a way we might fight it... He looks at Peak. No matter how crazy... Then I'm glad to help. He smiles a tight smile. What will you do now? Come with us. It would be lovely to have your authority along on this fool's errand. Come with us. No, Sleeper. He looks away. I have to keep on with my work here. Strengthen those systems, back up the data. The worst comes to the worst, I'll need to rebuild. I won't let this place die. The last pieces of my parents are here, among the data. Goodbye, Fang. Or just leave. He's doing something just as important. Goodbye, Fang. Thank you. Fang embraces you firmly. Stay safe, Sleeper. You take the card and leave the bay with Peak. Once you are outside, they stop you. We should split up. Peak looks worried. We've wasted enough time as it is. Head to the facilities in the hub, the free spoke, and the far side of the shipyard. See the gardener there. I'm going to find the core control center that's somewhere on the rim. They hold up their slate. I'll send you a message on your slate when I have something. Good luck. They squeeze your shoulder, and you exchange fearful looks. We couldn't have asked Feng. We couldn't have asked Feng where it was when he was right there. Okay, fine. You know, deep down, that Peak isn't sure this will work, but they have decided to act, to move with confidence, and for that confidence you are very thankful. Okay, access and seed the systems. Okay. I would have thought that it would be... What? What? Why? Power routing. Implant... Okay, I need spores. Of course, we were talking... yeah... Brain, why? Why are you like this? I can definitely get at least one spore with a 4. 50-50, positive and neutral. Oh, 2! Thank you, game. I don't know what to do with these ones, but I'm thinking about it. Okay, we're gonna start with this one, because I'm gonna forget about it if I don't. Spores! The garden's implanted, now it must grow. Okay. And you know what? We're gonna go up to the hub. Seed Control Center. Spores from the Greenway implanted here will seed a garden that the gardener will be forced to protect. At least that's the theory. Yep. Here goes. Control Center. Okay, the garden is implanted. I can try for some more spores. It's gonna bump me to starving if I have a negative outcome, but here goes. Just one more set of spores. Oh, thank you. Gotta move fast, gotta move fast, gotta move faster, faster. Okay, life support. Implanting spores from the Greenway into the station's life support control systems feels like madness. Is this really the solution? It's gonna have to be. It's the only idea we have. Alright, the garden has been seeded. As you leave, the slate Peaks give you chirps insistently. You check and see a message. Found a possible entry into the core facility in the low end. Meet me here ASAP, Peak. A blinking marker gives their position as on the free spoke side of the main block. Better head to the low end. Hey, Peak. This plot is going like a rock downhill, isn't it, Peak? You arrive at the coordinates given by Peak's slate, a run-down but active corner of the low end, where a short glass-roofed alley runs off from one of the main thoroughfares. You wait in the mouth of the alley, leaning against the wall and watching the street life go by. Children hop across grids scratched into metal floor plates, playing games of their own devising, while older residents sit and talk or play tavla. It is hard to believe that all this is at threat. It seems so concrete, so real. How can some intangible protocol erase all this? As you are watching, a voice calls out to you from one of the tavla tables set up along the way. You move a little closer and recognize the sitting player immediately. Castor sits, tavla pieces and board ready in front of him, smiling at you. Sleeper, my partner has not arrived for our usual game. Come, please, take her place. He beckons you over, standing and nudging you to sit down with him. A rematch is in order. You owe me a game. Almost immediately, Castor begins the game. Everyone in the eye knows how to play tavla. The methodical movement of the counters across their triangular points are ready fit for the rhythm of life on the ramshackle space station. Most games begin the same way, with each player moving with independence, focused only on achieving their optimal early game setup. But there is a moment in each game where it becomes necessary to notice the other player, to anticipate the crossing of the counters across the board, a point of contact when routine becomes negotiation, and negotiation becomes conflict. As this moment arrives, the subtle shift in the texture of the interaction, Castor begins to speak. I find myself surprised by you continually, Sleeper. He looks over his glasses at you. The way you conduct yourself, for example, suggests an anxious refrain, a defensive, protective quality. But in your tavla game, he pauses to move a counter, I see only risk. What are you talking about? Have you been watching me? Stay silent. What? Where is the closing quotation? Where is it? He's going somewhere. I'ma let him walk. Risk is, of course, necessary to play tavla. To move a piece is to expose it, but should be done with calculation, with proper analysis. Then, if the piece is taken, Castor moves a counter, taking one of yours with a practice swap, placing it beside the board. It is already accounted for. But you move forward with abandon, as if risk was just a secondary effect of action, a consequence, not its primary guide. He gestures for you to take your turn. A cause. I should really be going. I play my way. Silently play. I play my way. It's the only way I can. He smiles. Indeed, indeed. That is all I seek. You move your piece. This locks you into being reactive, if you don't mind me saying so. You are responding, which means you are being led. He leans back to consider the board. This place, it mirrors you, Sleeper. It is also reactive. It was born from a crisis, the collapse of Sondheim, and ever since it has been reacting without any central guiding principle. No analysis, no calculation. Just look at our refugee crisis, for example. It is all reaction, all risk-taking, and little risk calculation. At first, I found the chaos enlivening, especially when trying to track its outcomes, but now I find it exhausting. Wait a minute. Are you actually human, Castor? He laughs. It always amuses me that this place is literally spun from the rim. Below this very stack of habitation blocks is the most important control facility on the eye. Spun from the rim, he laughs again. What better metaphor could you find for disorder? His face drops. But why am I telling you that? That facility is precisely why you are here. He smiles an unsettlingly warm smile. Oh, you're a guard. Oh, I see. Oh. Ah ha ha ha. You feel a shiver through your body, as if something has changed in the air. How do you know about that? What is this? Get up and leave. What is this? No words come out of your mouth. You feel removed from yourself, watching from behind frosted glass. Your eyes dart side to side. Inertia sets in. Castor is still smiling. Oh, Castor. I wanted to like you. I did like you. Why are you doing this? Oh, actually, I know why you're doing this. I understand. I just wish it didn't have to be me. The risk you are planning to take here, Sleeper, is not yours to take. Castor's tone is unshifted. He speaks as if this is some casual conversation between passing acquaintances. You are leaping towards a chaotic outcome with no respect for risk. You see, calculating outcomes, that's my specialty. That's why I'm here. I was hired as a conduit for risk, as a collector of data that might pertain to its arrival. He removes his glasses to clean them, and you see something flicker across their surface, a shimmering stream of characters. This system, this station, is already theirs. Solheim's collapse meant a corporate fire sale. Assets changed hands. My employers, Senetstat, bought out the entire system, and for the past decades have been its one valid owner. He polishes his glasses diligently. You're a spy! I love you! But to possess this system, the H1 system, he pauses, Hellion to you, well, that is a matter of risk, of how much force, how much cost, how much conflict a clearance would take. He replaces his glasses. That risk must be calculated against the favorable outcome. In short, how much is this place worth to us? For a long time, the answer was nothing. H1 could offer nothing that would warrant the risk. But the markets change, the demands shift, and Senetstat, we analyze, we follow, we respond. He puts his glasses back on his face. H1 is about to become the most important system in this part of the galaxy. He glances around, the lone CAN channel operating within range of 7 or so newly surveyed, resource-rich systems. The frontier town that feeds the gold rush, so to speak. So here we are, re-evaluating the risk, reclaiming our property, starting up the CAN channel and clearing the way for what comes next. He sits back, looking at the board. He gestures. Your move. Senetstat is causing the flux. You will kill thousands. Take your move. This shadow thing, it's too subtle to be corporate. There's something else going on here. The corporations are all, everything is a nail because they are a hammer. This breaking places, this, taking out of systems, this hiding inside the data, it's all too subtle. There's something else going on. I feel like there is. Take a move. You go to lift a piece and something glints across Castor's glasses. You feel the slowness, the inertia begin to lessen. You move your piece, taking one of Castor's exposed counters. He nods. Of course, I do not need to explain myself to you, but in the role as an analyst in my calculations, I see great promise in you, and your ability to enter systems, to shift them to your will. Not every sleeper has this capacity. I assume you know that. He smiles. It truly is a wonderful happenstance of SNARP's technology. I imagine even they are not fully aware of it. He takes his move, claiming another of your pieces, and as you watch, you realize the inevitability of his victory. I will make you an offer, to come willingly or come by force. This station will collapse, we can be sure of that, but your ability to work with data, well, for an analyst, that is very intriguing. He pauses to push his glasses up his nose. Very intriguing indeed. He glances around. Come with me as a collaborator or as a prisoner. Consider the risk, on one hand almost certain death, on the other a possible future. Analyst or not, you must see it. Speak now, sleeper. The game is forfeit, you must see that. He holds out a hand. You are of value. You are needed. Oh goody, another person who wants to use me! You feel a slight release in the inertia that grips you, enough to allow you to speak, to respond. You realize that you are already in Castor's hands, that you cannot move from this place if you want it. Sleeper? You hear the familiar voice above the crowds. Sleeper, I'm here. You are unable to turn your head to see Peak, but you notice Castor's eyes following them as they come up from behind you. Then you see Castor's eyes glance down towards his hands concealed beneath the table. Sleeper! Peak comes around the front of you and waves a hand in your face. We were supposed to be meeting, remember? They glance at Castor. Sorry, am I interrupting something? You cannot speak. Castor shoots Peak a wide smile. Hello, you must be a friend of Sleeper. You watch one of his hands lift, close to his body, some dark shape concealed in it. A weapon. You try to scream, to shout, but Castor's attention remains partially on you, and while it does, you can do nothing. Peak glances at your static form. What's happening here, Sleeper? They put a hand on your shoulder. Are you okay? As Peak stares into your eyes, you see Castor behind, his hand lifting, the dark object unfolding, and in the split moment it does, you feel his attention shifting to Peak, shifting away from you. As you do, you feel the inertia lifting, and you know this is the only moment you will have to act. Scream, shove. Shove that person! Shove that person with all the strength in your wiry little arms, me! You lurch forward wildly like a sprung trap. Your head strikes Peak's chest and then carries them back into Castor. Somewhere, some digital screech is echoing through the walkway. They tumble together, and the object in Castor's hand skitters across the floor. You realize the screech is you. You get to your feet, grab Peak, and run. You run as hard as you can, the scream chasing you down the walkway as you shove through the residence, Peak dragged behind. You run from the cold grip of whatever power Castor had over you, the signals that locked you into this body of yours, that broke the connections and crawled up your spine. Eventually you stop, both you and Peak collapsing, heavy breathing into the cold metal floor. When they are able to speak, Peak asks you to explain, and you tell them everything Castor told you, about Senetstat, about their claim on the Hellion system, the reactivation of the Can channel, the Hellion system's growing importance. It flows out of you in desperate gulps, unable to believe your own mouth as you hear these words coming back to you. All you feel is the need to push back against the cold hand on your shoulder, the vast cold eye that has turned to look at this system, the ghost limbs of corporate control that are extending their reach. Peak is quiet for a long time. Then they speak. We have to finish this, Sleeper. They meet your eye. We have to complete the seeding of the systems. We have to set Gardner free. It's too dangerous, or you're right. You are right. The fact that Castor tried to stop me means that what we're doing has a good chance of working. That's the thing. If he foresaw failure out of what we're doing, he wouldn't have bothered. Why take the effort? You're right. We have to set Gardner free. If the choice is between Gardner and these people, I will choose Gardner every time. Their eyes are cold and steely. I would choose anything over them. You stand together. The final control facility is here. I found it. Peak looks at you grimly. I can take you as soon as you're ready. Time's almost up. This is the only shot you'll have. Fuck you, Castor! I have no spores. I also have really terrible dice. Okay, let's see here. Oh boy. So, crack the facility. The facility Peak has led you to is decaying, derelict, but they promise the core is still alive. You just have to find it. Okay, so there's hacking the facility. There are powered terminals in the derelict part of the low end. Accessing them is dangerous, but will be faster than wandering. That's an interface. It could cost me condition. There is Explore Facility. To find the core of the facility, you'll need to trace a path between Peak's back door entry and the derelict levels below. That is an Intuit. That also loses me condition. Oh boy. For the station. Oh man. A grand ol' 3, huh? Oh, my condition, my condition. Here goes. Okay, I did lose some condition out of that because I'm starving. But I did make some progress. You connect to a terminal and download reams of data, but afterwards Peak tells you that you have been out for hours. Okay, food. Emphas, help me, Emphas. Okay. I can't believe I'm doing this. All right. We're doing it. We're going in again. Why did it have to be a 12? Here goes. Okay. Connect to a terminal. Okay, okay. A third of the way there. A third of the way. With ones, no less. I need more food. Emphas, help me. I know I've been here already today. I need more. Thank you, Emphas. Feed the cat. Scrap. If I can stay stable, I can keep all my dice. Next day, more dice. A 5 and a 6. Okay. I'm running out of scrap. Interfacing! Okay, halfway. You find an old Solheim map terminal and manage to boot it back up. A skeletal map of the facility unfolds for you. Okay, let's go exploring with the 5. It's the same results, so... Explore? You find an emergency access elevator that is still powered and descend further towards the core. Okay. I might be able to do this with the 2s. Here goes something. Come on, come on. Okay. Emphas, help me. Actually, wait. This is a job for my last Matsutake. Thank you. Okay. One more. Please don't kill me. One more. Hack that sucker. I did it. I did it. And I'm not starving. Sleeper, here. Peak calls to you from across the flickering corridor. An elevator to the core. They smile. This is it. It has been a long set of cycles, hunting for a path through the derelict layers of old Solheim offices and workshops, but finally, here it is, the path down to the core. You rush over to Peak. As you do, the doors grind open, the dingy-looking elevator flickering as they do. You look at Peak, who nervously gestures for you to get in. You first step in. All right, I trust Peak. Some reason. The elevator bounces a little, but stays stable. You glance back to see Peak watching you nervously. They follow you in sheepishly. Just a little nervous. Peak reaches over and punches the button for the lowest level, flinching a little as the doors grind close. The elevator sets off, screeching through the floors as it does at an unsettlingly loud volume. I'd feel more comfortable if we spoke. Peak raises their voice over the noise. It's not going to be a short trip. How's Esha? I didn't bring any spores! Do you think this will work? Have you heard of Senetstat? Have you heard of Senetstat? Peak thinks. Maybe once. They frown. Could it be mentioned in an XPR news packet, the kind of central administration sent out to us? Something about market analytics, I think. They shake their head. When you have spent so much time trying to forget your past, this stuff isn't easy to dredge up. How's Esha doing? Peak pauses. I was thinking more like small talk. Elevator talk. They sigh. She is packing. They rub their eyes. Once Esha has set her mind on something, well, you know her now. You know what I mean. The screeching of the elevator fills the silence. Will you leave with her? Can she be persuaded to stay? I'm not sure that they'll be given a choice, but will you leave when she does? Peak thinks for a moment. I don't know, Sleeper. I honestly don't know. Part of me wants to run, to keep running for as long as I can. I am used to that. But another part is done with that, is done with denying my past, my history. If I ever want to feel complete, to feel settled, don't I need to somehow resolve the person I was with the person I am now? Peak goes quiet, and you do too. There are too many possible questions, too many possibilities before you. It just seems easier to get on with the task at hand and leave the consequences for later. The elevator screams to a stop, and the doors ping open with a strangely cheerful beep. You glance at Peak. Time to move on. I'm glad I didn't ask if they thought this would work. You both walk out into an atrium, still lit by some ragged-looking light panels on the ceiling, once simulating a summer sky, now degraded into a flickering blue and white tapestry of glitches. Peak crosses quickly, making a beeline for the large doors on the far side, where you can make out a fading sign in massive peeling letters, Central Control. You follow, helping them lever open the partially powered doors until the motors kick in and they spring to life, thudding open. You and Peak tumble through, across the damp metal. As you stand, you are greeted by flickering lights, thousands of them. A vast cylindrical stack of servers, processors, and transmitters dominates the center of the room, its flickering LEDs reflected in the scattered puddles that surround it. Despite the decay, the warped panels and water leaks, it is still running, just as it has for decades and decades since the station was first spun up. You wonder how long it has been since anyone has been in this room. You exchange wide-eyed looks with Peak. This place is a still-living piece of history. What now? What is this place? What now? Peak takes a handful of mulch out from a small bag. It glitters with spores. Now we seed this place. They cross to the server and start packing the mulch deep into the machinery, pushing fistfuls deep into gaps in the paneling, laying it across hardware. As you watch them doing this, you feel a tug, a thread pulling at you. You approach the vast piece of cylindrical hardware that Peak is stuffing mulch into. You run your hands across its plated metal surface and watch lights blink in response. As you pass, you hear a whirring, like a physical disk drive starting up. Lean closer. Listen. Listen. The whirring shifts, alternating, speeding up, slowing down, and as you listen, you hear it modulate into a voice. Sleeper, you freeze. You are here. For a moment, you are afraid, but something in the tonality of the voice is familiar. Navigator. Another drive spins up, and another, giving the voice a richer, multitonal sound. I had forgotten what it felt like to speak like this. The drives skip. There's a certain quality to it, a certain physicality. What are you doing here? Why contact me like this? What are you doing here? The drives squawk in unison. Did you imagine the flux, the shadow protocol, that they were just a problem for the people of this station? A high whining begins. They are all the more dangerous to us. I have been in hiding once more, jumping from network to network to avoid the shadow as it eats up nodes. A low rumble. I had thought my hiding days were done. For the moment, I have found myself a safe haven here in the core. The shadow has yet to breach this facility, although that is a temporary state of affairs. The rumble stops. My predictions do not point to good outcomes. That's why we are here. We have a plan. You know, I don't think I ever went back and told Navigator what I found. Oh, that was very rude of me. Admittedly, it appears that they were not there to be found, maybe. Well, they would have been if I had told them right away. Oh, I feel so rude. Ah! We have a plan. You explain to Navigator about Peak's plan, about Gardner's resistance to the shadow, and how by seeding key systems you will protect them from its advances. The drives hum thoughtfully as you speak. A desperate plan, the drives were, but appropriate given the probability of total collapse. I'm not sure what would be worse for us, hiding from the erasure of the Shadow Protocol or the assimilation of Gardner. The drives paused to reset. But we owe you our freedom. I will do what I can to guide the Gardener into the systems you have seeded. A pause. It is correct to do so. Thank you. Be careful. Be careful. I would hate to see you subsumed. The drives squeak in affirmation. You have notable persistence, Sleeper. Even with such poor probabilities of success, I will be curious to see the outcome. The drives squeal, the motors giving out. This cannot be sustained much longer. Go, I will be fine, or good luck. Go, I'll be fine. A final squeak of affirmation, and then the drives skitter and slow to a halt. You step back from the towering cylinder, staring at this vast piece of Solheim's hardware. This whole place is built from ghosts, you think, from old protocols and company hardware, from engines that drove decades of corporate expansion. Is the eye proof that they can be shifted, bent, forced into new configurations that allow for new ways of living? Or is it inevitable collapse, proof that these engines of expansion can never be anything other than a corrupt foundation? It seems to depend on who you ask. Done! Peak's shout breaks your line of thought. Peak's shout breaks your line of thought. The heat and damp should help the spores germinate quickly. If we are lucky, there is enough time for some growth before we reconnect the greenway. They glance at you. That's it. All the facilities seeded. They sigh. We either just ensured the eye's survival or stuffed a whole lot of soil into one of its most important computers. They laugh weakly. Shall we go? They start to head back towards the doors in the elevator beyond. Follow, take one last look. One last look! You wait for a moment, following the blinking lights. You wonder what might be tucked away in such a structure, what secrets it might hold, what histories. It's an intriguing prospect, but while you watch the lights, you realize something. If the eye is to become anything more than an offshoot, a temporary structure, it must form its own history, its own stories, stronger than anything that came before. Unlocking these Solheim secrets won't do that, but the persistence, the stubborn drive to survive that is in the veins of every person in this place, that will. And that is what you are trying to save. You turn your back on the core and follow Peak back into the elevator. As you ride the car back up, Peak raises their voice over the screeching. I'm going to the Founder's Gap to finalize the connection. The moment I'm ready, I'll let you know, and we let the gardener out. The sooner the better. Peak furrows their brow. If we wait until the final cycle, it'll be too late. If you want to help speed things up, go work with the flotilla. We can't make the connection until we know they are ready to go. Peak swallows. Unleashing Gardener could affect them too if we aren't careful. This will work? And what happens then? Positivity! This will work. Peak nods, opens their mouths to speak, and closes it again. You ride the rest of the way in silence. When you reach the top, you go your separate ways, but before you do, Peak embraces you, burying their face in your shoulder. You stand there together for a moment, spinning with the eye, moving relentlessly towards an unknown future. And then they let go and slip away, the pressure of their hug fading like a bruise as you begin to leave. I got an upgrade point, which means I can buy instant karma. Or I could get a +2 in endure. Let's go have a look at the flotilla tasks again. And actually, let's go back to tracking that. Okay, let's see here. Endure and engineer here. Interface and intuit here. Engage and engineer here. Okay. Let's try that re-rolling of the dice thing. The main question is, does it give me back dice I've spent? Only one way to find out. Re-roll them dice. It only rolls existing dice. Okay, that is an answer. And now I have a 5. Birth refitting. There isn't an engineering task here, but I haven't made any progress here either. Or Axis reclamation here. Okay, I haven't made any progress here. So this one is the more dangerous one, so I'm going to do the harvest automation, hopefully to make up for the Complete lack of progress on the previous attempt. Managed to refactor the sensor automation so the system receives better, more accurate data. Okay, so now they are all at the same point. And we have 9 days. Oh no. Okay. Okay. I'm not confident of getting through all of those days in this one stream. But that's probably just as well. Okay, we are going to eat at Emphasis Place. Because I'm starting to believe that the quality of my dice is related to how much food I have in my system when I go to bed. Feed the cat for luck. Give myself some scrap. Gotta stay stable. This is the only way this is going to be possible. Must stay stable. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna go use the good dice, and then we're gonna re-roll that 1 and 2 and hope for something better. Come out here. I will use the 4 for access reclamation. That seems like a good plan. You expertly strip wires and components from the access walls as you dismantle them. The crews are impressed. Alas, that did not get me any scrap, but that did make progress. I want to concentrate on one at a time, but I worry that I can't finish them before time runs out. Yeah, I'm gonna keep spreading, I think. We'll try the berth refitting here, in the hopes of maybe getting some scrap. I did not. You work in sync with the other teams, splitting the jobs so that by the time you are done, there are tens of new berths in place. Okay. Once again, we're going to do the most risky one with this 6. Yes. Okay. And some money. Okay. Re-roll the 1 and the 2. A 3 and a 2. Okay. Don't love it. I'm gonna keep trying for scrap. Okay, 50-50 on positive and neutral. Here we go. Hooray! Positive! We are halfway! Okay, I can use this 2 here for the engage. I could use it here for the harvest automation. Or I could use it here. No, here is a very bad place. Push this ahead, try and even this up. Like, try to push this ahead or try and even this up. That's my choices. Oh boy. Let's try and even them, maybe? Although, wait a minute. Oh, no, wait. No, that's bad. That's only a +1. Over here, it's a +2. Okay, we're doing this one. We're doing this one because that way I have a 4. Here goes. Crew management. The crews of Ember's Song are effective but headstrong and stubborn. They need direction and management, and they're going to accept it from me? Positive! You managed to convince 2 rival crews to work together, refitting their ships. Both benefit from the other's expertise. Oh, my scrap, my beautiful scrap. Okay, wait a minute. Is this a fresh ship? No. Darn you! Feed me. Thank you. Oh, my scrap. All of my beautiful scrap. All of my once beautiful scrap. More dice! More dice! Two 5s and a 3 is pretty good. Okay, I continue to want to do engineering tasks, to be honest. We'll put a 5 in here. Scrap, please. Oh, scrap! Hooray! Okay. One more, and these guys will be complete. "50-50 on positive and neutral. Here we go!" Oh, that was a lot of energy, but I'm still okay. Cutting apart the axis is doubly difficult when you have to try to preserve it, but with care you manage to make progress. The docking axis is little more than a shell. Everything that could have been pulled from its interior, every arm not used for docking, has been cut away. What remains is a Spartan void with a patchwork of flooring that allows movement. Piles of unusable material are tucked away in corners, but almost everything else has been cleared out. You haven't seen Petter since you last spoke, and now you are realizing that you probably never will. There are plans to be made, escapes to plot, the shadow of Hearth to escape. On the cycle the flotilla leaves, these ships will disperse too, the moons of Ember spinning out on different orbits. The chaos has become a quiet diligence now, as the time for departure is so near. Crews cross the axis from ship to ship at speed, bringing supplies or advice, perhaps meeting up to discuss travel vectors in hushed tones, or to debate why they haven't left yet and whether they should. Among these singer crews, recognizable for their specialist clothing and often shorn heads, you see the occasional refugee. A paying passenger, or a replacement engineer or pilot perhaps, come from the eye to seek fortune with the singers. Most of the crews have 2 or 3 of these additions, some more, and you can't help but wish that, whatever reason brings them to throw their lot in with the singer crews, they will have safe passage. You feel a strange attachment to these citizens of the eye, setting out for the first time. And then one of them catches your eye, crossing the axis with a crew, carrying a large bag and a nervous look. Tala. You freeze for a second. What is she doing here? Tala, no! She glances around, feeling your eyes on her, and catches your eye. Her face brightens immediately. Sleeper! Tala mutters something to her crew and rushes over, dumping the large bag at your feet and embracing you without thinking. Good to see you. What are you doing here? Are you leaving? What are you doing here? She sleeplessly glances at her bag. Sleeper. She pauses. She pauses again, folding her arms defensively. I'm going to the starboard belt. She waits for your response nervously. Why didn't you say? I don't understand. Why didn't you say? She sighs. Do you remember me mentioning my family, Sleeper? My brother? You think back to your gorille-blurred conversations in the back of the Bantayan. He came here with me, with my family, when we were little, just after we left Sinza. She bites her lip. He left when we were both teenagers, jumped on some spatial crew, heading to the starboard belt. She sighs, I'm an idiot. She shakes her head, and I'm going after him. She looks down, not sure what to add. That makes sense? Or alone? Alone? She looks at you. I guess so. I really don't know if it makes sense, or if it's the right thing, but ever since I heard that was where the refugee flotilla was going, well, I couldn't stop thinking about him. How did you hear? What happens to the bar? How did you hear? I work in a bar. She grins. I heard every bit of gossip this place ever has to offer. Speaking of the Bantayan, she meets your eye. Someone will have to run it. She leaves a long pause. I mean, I can ask Francis. He'd be happy to, or one of the others, she blurts out. And of course, if you're leaving with the flotilla or someone else, it'll be totally okay. You wouldn't need to say yes. It's no pressure. It's fine, whichever way. I was just thinking. I could run the bar. I'm not staying. I'm not sure. One way or another, I'm staying. So, I could run the bar. Tala nods, smiling. I think so. I mean, you can take a second. But, she glances at the crew she was walking with, who are chatting a little way away. There's not exactly much time. So, considering that, she grabs the key hanging around her neck, the key to the Bantayan. Do you want it? Do you want to do it? Yes? No? I can't. Yes. Tala leaps forward and embraces you again. Thank you, Sleeper. I couldn't be leaving it in better hands. She pulls the key from around her neck and places it around yours as if presenting a medal. Remember to lock up, especially the back. And remember to empty the still if you are leaving things closed for a few cycles, and she stops herself. I won't be gone forever, of course. She blinks away a tear. I can come back and check in, maybe once I find my brother. She pauses, unable to finish that thought. She smiles at you, and you can see the weight lifting off her shoulders, her eyes already drifting towards the crew, the ship, the next big thing. She's ready. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Oh, Tala. I think you were my second ever friend on this station. And my first friend told me to go away and never darken his door again, so I think you might be my first friend. Oh. I'm tearing up. 'Cause I'm a softie, and there's also sweat in my eyes now. Oh, it burns! I'm sad and it burns! I'd better be going. She nods at the crew nearby. Not a good start to keep my guys waiting. She lifts the bag onto her shoulder. She looks down the curve of the eye towards the overlook. Thanks again, Sleeper, for everything you helped me with. She nods. I wouldn't have been able to leave if I hadn't made things work here. She adjusts the bag. Dad wouldn't have let me. See you around? Or goodbye, Tala. Goodbye, Tala. She sniffs. Goodbye, Sleeper. Then Tala turns, heading back to the crew who will carry her to the starboard belt. You watch her go, and despite the departure, it's hard to feel sad about Tala. You know her energy will carry her forward, and you hope her brother is somewhere on that bright path. You hold the key in your hand, the metal still a little warm from Tala's body. You turn it over in your fingers, thinking about how it feels like a tool and a burden. Oh. One by one, one by one. You can still lock up and leave, you figure, but now will feel like breaking something fragile. And if you stay, well, who knows what this little metal promise might grow into. Well, I did it now. Oh man, that means that the scientist lady is probably going to leave with this one. Still. Progress! Progress is demanded. Let's see. We'll use the 5 over here for automating the harvest, she said, sniffling. I'm sorry, I've teared up. I did not expect to have to say goodbye to Tala like that. All right, halfway. Oh boy. All right, re-roll those ones. Oh, why did one of them re-roll back into a 1? Why would you do that? Okay, I'm going to turn this one into a 5. We're pushing, pushing. 50-50. Neutral. Okay. Work with the step text to debug the existing automation and make it more robust. Alright, now what the heck do I use this 1 for? I can turn it into a 3 over here. Actually, wait a moment. Let's... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 6 more days. 6 more days after this one. Oh, we need to push, push. Which one won't kill me? Okay, this could cost me energy, but if I become starving again, that will probably cost me condition. This one is an engineering, but it could cost me condition anyway. Okay, I'm going to try for the engineering, and if it does in fact cost me condition, I will use another one of my stabilizers. I've got to hoard my scrap. Alright. 25% negative, 50% neutral, 25% positive. Here we go! Give me some more scrap! Oh, neutral. I'm starving. And flickering. Oh no. You work methodically, welding the walls of each berth together, but the scale and scope of the job is still exhausting. Well, still made some progress. Ay, ay, ay. Spending all my money. Okay, cross. We're gonna hit up Memphis. Alright. Feed the cat. Use stabilizer. Sleep the sleep of the just. Oh no, that's terrible. And it's gonna be 4 days until the next scrap ship. Oh dear. Okay. Use the 5 on this one. Oh, so close and yet so far. Okay, my theory about the food still holds. It is one more cryo here than it is at Emphasis Place. Alright then, I hate this part. Oh, I should probably... Nothing has changed here. How odd. Okay, this sort of thing is what I have been amassing all of this money for. Reroll. You know, my theory is starting to hold water here. Use that 5 here. Excellent. Use the 3 here. Okay, we finished this ship. Alright, we still have time. You sit in one corner of the dust house and inspect your work. This dust house, the one where plants from the greenway and some of the steppe species intermingle, has become your favorite. The moss and dust sharing the space in curving terraces, the pale knots of steppe silk freckled with yellowing lichen symbiotes. It is a hypnotic arrangement. You look down and see the intertwining of fungal threads and dust-caked roots and feel a little glow of pride at what has been achieved. You hear the entry lock of the dust house hiss open, and assuming it's Icky, turn to greet her. I knew it! I predicted it! I'm going to cry again! Sleeper, I should have known you'd be here. Rico smiles her warm smile, leaning on her crutch. You must be one of the most green-fingered people on the station. I am so glad that you didn't put yourself into a coma trying to communicate with the gardener. You have no idea. Rico, what are you doing here? Rico! Now, has it been so long? She smiles a wry smile. No need for any drama. I met some of the steppe refugees in the greenway. They were gathering plants and I confronted them. Turns out they were very friendly. She smiles to herself. Eki was very apologetic, but I told them they were welcome to anything they liked. She told me I'd be welcome to come see, and well, I thought I'd take her up on the offer. She looks around the dust house with its strange hybrid ecosystem. I have to say, I'm glad I did. You know, Aki, I'm glad too. I am glad too. I expect you leaving with them. I can see that. Rico limps over to you. She holds out a hand. How about you take me on a tour? You take Rico's hand and walk her around the hybrid dust house. You show her how the steppe silk knots help provide a strong base for fungal and lichal growths, and how the dust mixes with the spores. You show her the different species of steppe tubers, and the way they feed the soil with nutrients that help herbaceous greenway plants thrive. She nods along, her eyes bright with ideas. She stops after a while and gestures for you to sit together. I know something is happening with the eye, Sleeper. She looks out at the plants. We all felt the flux event hit, and everyone is talking about what's next. I came out here to figure something out, to understand what I might do about it all. You glance at her and see the glossiness in her eyes, and I think I have decided. Oh, Rico? What you have done here, what Iki and the other steppe refugees have done here, is incredible. A whole new ecosystem, built from the strange, artificial changed remains of two worlds. But I am not of two worlds. I am of the eye. A tear runs down her cheek. Like it or not, I'm entwined with the station. I'm old growth. I don't have that much time anymore, and it seems to accelerate with every cycle. She frowns. It blurs together, separates, overlaps, comes back to me in strange ways. The time I do have, that's time I want to spend on the eye, in the greenway, watching things grow. She wipes her cheek. One day I'll lie in those fields and not get back up. She smiles, the tear tracks down both cheeks. And when the green takes me, I'll be so glad. Oh, you're not leaving! Oh, thank goodness, I'm still going to cry. You could leave. I'll miss you. I will miss you when that happens. Rico smiles. The feeling is mutual, Sleeper. She wipes her eyes and turns to you. But that's enough of me blubbering on about it. She furrows her brow. What I want to know is what you are planning. I'm thinking of going. I'm staying. I don't know. I'm staying. I'm staying one way or another. Rico smiles. We all have to get to know ourselves, Sleeper. To know what it is that drives us. I'm sure you'll decide to act in the manner you know, but you also have to ask yourself why it is so. She places a trembling hand on yours. Don't neglect that. Oh, she suddenly lifts both hands. Don't let me forget this. She reaches into her coat and pulls out a transparent bag of sporing clubheads with carefully preserved root systems. I'd like to plant these. If you go, you'll need them. She looks down at her feet. And if you don't, well, maybe another sleeper will benefit. She frowns. I can offer that at least. Thank you, or I won't need them. Thank you. She nods. Don't thank me. These are yours by right. Rico stands and limps over to a pile of mulch. She delicately takes the club heads out and beds them into the soil there with precise, expert hands. You should go, Sleeper. I'll be a while. She calls back, not looking away from the job at hand. See you around. She says it casually, but there's a note of finality to her speech. Goodbye, Rico. See you around. Leave. See you around, Rico. You turn and leave the dust house, cycling through the protective lock back into the cool quiet of the ship. Eki is waiting for you. It's beautiful. She's looking through the observation window, and the green reflects in her eyes. The plants look happy together. She spots Rico with her hands in the soil. Ah, the botanist came. She shoots you a look. A friend of yours? Something like that? More than that. More than that. She nods. She speaks beautifully about the Greenway. I should go in and welcome her. She pauses. Are you leaving us? Yes. For now. Yes, I am. I'm sorry, Eki. Eki sighs. The first of many goodbyes. She suddenly embraces you, wrapping you in her layers of rough cloth. She pulls back. I wish you a steady step and a clear path. She smiles. A farewell from my world. I wish you the same. Thank you. Godspeed. I wish you the same. And I wish I could stop crying, because it would be a lot easier to read if I wasn't needing to sniffle and getting all choked up. She nods and smiles one last warm smile before turning and entering the dust house. You watch as she walks inside, Rico turning with a smile to greet her. She kneels beside the old botanist, and you see her pointing to the club heads, asking questions. You are unable to hear them, but despite that, you can easily imagine the measured, even tone laced with excitement that Rico is using to explain the club heads, the Greenway, and much, much more. You turn, leaving them to their conversation. Your step is light, despite the burdens you carry, and the smile Rico and Eki were sharing is somehow still on your lips as you depart. I will help the refugees run. I will. I'm not going with them. If I wanted to leave, I've had multiple opportunities. Okay, so now I have a 2 and a 5. And one precious, precious piece of scrap. That's not the right one. We don't need to look at the climbing briar. Halfway, halfway, halfway. Halfway. Okay, 5 into the engineering. Please, please give me scrap. Please, I need it so bad. No scrap, but, you know, we got 2. You work in sync with the other teams. Yes, okay. And now I have a 2. I'm gonna have to put it into supply hauling because I don't dare touch my condition. Here goes. Endurance! Carry them supplies, stock them shelves. Yes, positive! You hit a good rhythm, and soon the supplies are heading out to all corners of the Pilgrim Seed. This can work. It is good to have left the Pilgrim Seed for last, I think. This feels right in its own way. I am not going to put more food into me, even though it's probably going to cost me good dice. Because that's the way it seems to go. Feed the cat. I will not be using scrap tonight. I will need some tomorrow, if tomorrow comes. The question is, I think I think finishing off the other ship is going to tip this over into endgame. So the question is, do I want to do that tonight? Or should I leave that to next week? Because I don't know how long that's going to take. Okay. I have made a decision. And that is, I'm going to do a thing that I haven't done in the stream for a very long time, and I'm going to sleep, and then I'm going to end the stream after I sleep, after I've seen my dice. And I will continue helping the flotilla next week, because I do not know how long Endgame is going to take, and I would prefer to have the whole stream ahead of me for that one. So next week is probably the end of Citizen Sleeper. It seems very likely. Oh, it's going to be a very busy and interesting and possibly long streamed week next week. Oh boy. Okay. We're going to sleep. I'm going to see what dice I have to progress with. Okay, game, what are you doing to me? Those are the best dice you've handed me in a very long time. Oh, that's pretty spectacular. Oh, that's gonna be pretty good to work with next time. It will be next time. Although I do need to figure out how to force an autosave. Let's see here. If I cross to the Greenway... Did that? Nope. No, it's getting worse. If I go in here and then back out again. Yes, there we go. Okay. We have saved the spectacular dice. Alright. This is where I'm going to call it a night. It's a little bit early, but I think that it will be made up for by the tumble towards the ending that is going to happen next week. Oh man, two games in 1 week that are going to be doing that? Oh boy. But you know, if you really want to know what's going on in Citizen Sleeper and everything about that, you can see all of my previous streams on my YouTube channel, which I have just linked to in the chat. There's a playlist there specifically for Citizen Sleeper. It has all of the previous streams and basically explains why I'm passive-aggressive towards certain characters. And also maybe why I teared up a little bit on having to say goodbye to certain individuals. Dear Lord, if I have to say goodbye to like Feng or something when I complete the 3rd ship there, no, Feng wouldn't leave. Feng wouldn't leave. Who would leave? Who would leave? Who would leave that I consider a friend? Oh no. Oh no, the ladies. Oh no. Oh, my beautiful illegal ladies, they're going to leave. Okay, I will probably cry at that if they do that, but that is a problem for future Foxwine. Slightly less future Foxwine will be back again tomorrow night, starting at approximately 7:15 or so. Once we get a game together, I will be playing with my friends. We will be playing either Among Us or 100% Orange Juice or Scribble It, depending on how many people we have and which people we have. And, excuse me, I breathed in wrong, and now I've got some spit in the wrong place. That's going to be fun. Where was I? Yes. Possibly we will also be playing a combination of those 3 games. In some way, if people arrive late or leave early or anything like that. So we'll see. Then sometime between 10:15 and 10:30 or so on Wednesday, when my friends abandon me for this whole thing that they call sleeping, that they keep referring to as a thing to do, I don't know. I will be switching over to my solo Valheim server where I will be, as usual, crashing around doing my best. And what is doing my best upcoming is I need to set up a waypoint to attack some goblins from. So I scouted out a good rock, I think. It's a little closer than I usually like to be for this stuff, but it's also the best rock that is within the vicinity that I've found. So I'm going to be setting up a little portal and a waypoint for attacking the latest goblin village thing that I've found from, and then I will be attacking the goblin village. Hopefully I will be able to do that all in one stream, but given that I only have 2 hours, who knows how much I'll get done. At the very least, I'm going to get the cabin built. At the very, very least. And then I will be back again on Thursday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. I will be playing Hades. I'll be continuing in my campaign on that one. And right now the ambition is to get my hands on as much nectar as inhumanly possible. Nectar is what I need. I will take any other resources that I come across, but nectar is the one that I really, really want right now. Because frankly, nectar leads to diamonds, and I really need diamonds so bad. So that is the plan, is to amass more diamonds so that I can buy more upgrades and that sort of thing in Hades, and also hopefully escape Hades. I got so close once. I got him to the second phase. I got out of Elysium and I got him to the second phase, but I didn't make it out. But I was so close. I must do it again. And again and again. That's the way these things go, really. So that is the plan for Thursday. Then on Sunday night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, it is a race to the, well, not, it is a rock rolling down a hill to the end in Baldur's Gate 3. The end boss fight is ahead of me. So I'm going to be doing that, and then we'll be working our way through whatever epilogue exists. And the stream probably will not end until the game does. That's going to be pretty spectacular, but that's the way it seems. I do not know how long that stream is going to be. We will all find out together. So that is what is coming up. Probably, unless things go catastrophically wrong in the boss fight, that's going to be the last Baldur's Gate 3 stream, and it's going to be absolutely spectacular. So you should definitely tune in for that. Then on Monday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Planet Zoo for Management Monday. I'll be continuing work on the Nocturne Zoo. What is on the agenda there is filling in around the Timberwolf habitat. There's a lot of empty spaces there, and I need to do things with them. So that is the plan there. And I will be doing my very best to make some more fake exhibits to fill in the space. So that I can have some various owls in my glorious nocturnal zoo, because a nocturnal zoo without owls is incomplete. Completely and utterly incomplete. So I must finish. So that is the plan there. I may actually switch the burrowing owls and the eagle owls now that I think about it. The eagle owls probably need a lot of space, right? Okay, I will think about that later. Then, next Tuesday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall return to Citizen Sleeper for Tangent Tuesday. And, maybe we'll finish the game. Maybe I'll find out that there's like 8 more hours of game in here, so I won't actually finish. But I will definitely finish this stage of getting the flotilla fitted out to leave well before the flux arrives. Yay! Leeway, space, time. I'm still staying on the station whether it survives or not. That's the way that it's going to be. So that is the plan. That's the schedule for the week. All the games I'm going to be playing and everything I have planned for each and every game. And oddly enough, I do in fact have a plan for all the games. That is unusual. That is awesome too. But whether or not I have a plan, I definitely did not have a plan going in tonight. I still have a lot of fun, and I have had so much fun tonight. And I hope that all of you have had at least as much fun as I have. And I hope that you all have a great night. Good night.